Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, April 7th, 2020 regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Brown Act as currently in effect under the State Emergency Services Act, the Governor's Emergency Declaration related to COVID-19, and the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 issued on March 17th, 2020, that allows attendance of the members of the City Council, city staff, and the public to participate and conduct the meeting by teleconference. Teleconference locations are not open to the public. To provide a live remote public comment, join the Zoom teleconference meeting. The meeting ID is 831-824-4422. The password is 326300. When the mayor opens the public comment period, use the raise hand feature, which will alert the staff that you have a public comment that you would like to provide. Please wait your turn, and once brought into the meeting, state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have 2 minutes to make your remarks. We're asking that we're letting you know that this meeting is solely for the purpose of conducting the city's business. We're asking that any requirements that you have to participate in this meeting are done courteously and respectfully, and stay within the breadth of anything that the city would be interested in. At this moment, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Waddell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Here.
Mayor Haskew.
Here.
All council members are in attendance.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is an item for council consideration, an update on the COVID-19 situation. At this time, I invite the staff to provide the staff presentation.
Yes, good evening, Dan Buckshire, City Manager. And my other role is also to serve as the Emergency Services Director. And that is the primary role in which I have been serving over the past month. As many of you know who have participated in council meetings, we don't typically start with a consideration item at the beginning of the agenda, but obviously we are in a very different world than when we last met in a regular council meeting on March 3rd. Our world has changed dramatically as a result of the outbreak of the coronavirus and the worldwide epidemic. And what I cannot emphasize enough is that we are not in a business as usual environment, and our future is uncertain. We don't know how this is going to play out at this time. As we'll be sharing, we have various scenarios that we are evaluating and trying to estimate the impact, what it means for our community, not only within Walnut Creek, but the surrounding area, and also for the city as an organization and as an employer. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss what has occurred, or I shouldn't say this meeting, but this update is to discuss what has occurred, what we have done, what we are currently doing, and what we are planning to do. And I also do want to emphasize that this is a public health emergency, and as such, public health of Contra Costa County, the public health officer, has jurisdiction in this matter and has issued both recommendations and orders. And I do want to highlight the difference. As this outbreak began, the county public health officer had issued recommendations to stay in place to avoid contact. And then that changed on March 16th, effective March 17th, that the county health officer issued orders, meaning we are required by law to follow them. And if those orders are not followed, the city as an organization or individuals, just like any member of the public, could receive a citation for not following those orders. So we are following their lead. We do have the option to be more restrictive than what the county requires, but we do not have the option to be less restrictive. So with that, what we have planned tonight, you're going to hear from me. I'm going to kick things off and talk more generally about the current situation and what we're doing, as I mentioned. Second, you are going to hear from our police chief, Tom Chaplin, for what we are doing with respect to public safety. And then you're going to hear from Terry Kilgore, our assistant city manager, who also heads up our economic development division within the city manager's office. And she'll be talking about what's occurred what's occurring at the city from an economic perspective, and what we can anticipate in the future and what we're attempting to do there. So moving into the current situation, as we're aware, there is currently an order from the 7 county Bay Area public health officers that we effectively have a shelter in place order or a stay at home order through May 3rd. Additionally, the United States government issued a declaration of emergency, and we have proclamations of emergency that have been issued by the state, by the county, and by the city of Walnut Creek. As I mentioned earlier, the public health officer for Contra Costa County, in conjunction with the other 6 Bay Area County public health officers, issued a shelter in place order that took effect on March 17th that lasted until today, through today, April 7th. And at the time that was issued, that was the most restrictive order that had been issued in the United States. So the Bay Area was a little bit ahead of where the rest of the country is, largely because the Bay Area was identified as an early hotspot. Last week, last Tuesday or Wednesday, the public health officers met and agreed to extend the current shelter in place order through May 3rd. In addition to extending the time frame, it was also more restrictive in that there are less activities that are allowed and less businesses that are allowed to operate as compared to the order that was in place through originally through April 7th. In addition, just to highlight how fluid the environment is, there have been numerous changes almost on a daily basis, whether it's information from the federal, state, or local governments. But just today, we heard that the school districts within the 7 county Bay Area public health officers jurisdiction, that schools, campuses are closed for the remainder of the academic year. They are still conducting school, but it will all be done remotely. And at this point, we are anticipating that they would resume regular operations in the fall, but that has not been clearly stated at this point in time. I think, as most everybody is aware, the federal government has been very active and has passed a couple of different sweeping bills, one related to provisions for workers for emergency sick leave and Family Medical Leave Act provisions, and also stimulus package to the tune of about $2 trillion to help support the economy, which is obviously being devastated during this downturn. The governor has also issued many executive orders to try to help residents and businesses, one being an eviction moratorium for residents. It does not include commercial at this point in time. There's been some speculation whether he may issue an additional executive order to include commercial or not. And then he also recently, unbeknownst to cities that this was going to be occurring, is deferring the payment of sales tax for many businesses for up to 12 months. There are actually 2 different programs in place that are available to businesses of different sizes for deferring sales tax. And while that certainly will be helpful to businesses and hopefully helps keep many of them intact, it will also have a negative impact on the city's budget, as sales tax is one of our biggest revenue streams. We could flip the screen. So the current situation as it stands with respect to the orders that are in place is that only essential services are allowed to be performed in person. Otherwise, everything should be done remotely or from home. What that means for our city operations is essentially our police, some of our public works staff that help maintain our infrastructure or repair our infrastructure are working, but they're on a more limited schedule to reduce their exposure to the public and to reduce them potentially exposing the public. And then we do have some inspection services that are occurring for the limited amount of construction that has occurred. And the health order that came out last week is more restrictive in that regard, and that there are less construction projects that are allowed. The only that are allowable now are those that are related to affordable housing, those that help support critical infrastructure for healthcare, and it can also be allowed for work that is needed to secure a site from a safety perspective before they button things up and move off of the construction site. With respect to our city operations, the short version, if you will, is that all of our buildings and facilities are closed to the public in accordance to the public health order. If we could flip to the next PowerPoint slide, please. More specifically, that means our playgrounds, our golf courses, our tennis courts, our skate park, our pools are all closed physically. We are offering many services remotely, and I will speak to that in just a moment. But on the slide, I believe you can see, if it catches up here, the list of facilities that are currently closed. Essentially, what we've been doing off the last few weeks is completely revamping our operations for the city so that we can provide as many services as possible remotely to continue to provide much needed services to the community and, more importantly, comply with the public health order. So some of the things that we've done is we have obviously ramped up our digital resources to support our customers and allow our staff to work. We've enhanced our security even more than what we had in place, as there are concerns about potential hacking attempts, given that more people are working remotely. And we do still have our digital plan review in place for development projects. We are trying to further that effort along. And to put it more simply, that any work that can be done prior to permit issuance for projects can still occur and be underway. We are having remote meetings for our planning commission, design review commission, as well as our other council commissions. But we won't be able to issue permits for anything other than affordable housing or critical healthcare infrastructure. In addition, for those of you that have not had the opportunity to visit the city's webpage, I would encourage you to do so. If we can flip to, oh, this is the correct slide, sorry. That we do have a comprehensive webpage that links to resources from the county, from the state, to CDC, to some of our local businesses, and provides information about what the city is offering. I also do want to emphasize that we are very focused on the Rossmoor community. For those that may not be familiar with Rossmoor, it is an over 55 community that has about 10,000 residents, many of whom meet the criteria as being a vulnerable population, if you will, with respect to the coronavirus. We have had very regular meetings and discussions, not in-person meetings, I should clarify, remote meetings, with the Golden Rain Foundation, with their security team, with their general manager, with their operations folks. And we are coordinating to make sure that we're well aligned in terms of the services we are providing as a city to seniors, as well as those that Rossmoor is providing to the residents of that area of the city. So a couple other things I want to touch on here is that, as I mentioned, the vast majority of city employees are working from home. One of the items that is included in the agenda report are principles and guidance for decision-making that are very specific to the coronavirus emergency. And I'm not going to read them all because there are quite a few, but I do want to hit on a few just to give you a flavor of the approach that we are taking in this. The executive team, I should point out, as well as our deputy city manager, Carla Hansen, who is serving as our emergency services manager. In this crisis, the 11 of us are meeting every day for approximately 2 hours to work through these issues, and most of our efforts all day long are exclusively focused on coronavirus. I personally have not worked on much of anything other than coronavirus for the past month. And one of the things we developed are our operating principles. As I mentioned, a handful of the highlights include that we are all in this together, that we want to put the well-being of people first with caring and compassion, that we trust that people have good intentions and that we'd be willing to verify, and that this is not business as usual, and that we keep an open mind and be flexible, and that we be forward thinking and accept that normal may not be what it was prior to COVID-19. And then in terms of decision-making criteria, this is what we've crafted in priority order, is that protecting public health is most important, that we want to minimize negative impacts to the community and to our employees. We address economic issues, and that as we pursue options, that we pursue those that will get us through this crisis in the near term and position the city well for the longer term. And then lastly, the fifth of the guidance for decision making, and very important, is that we apply the existing city's budget goals and policies when we are making budgetary and resource allocation decisions. With that in mind, a bit more about operations before I wrap up here, and I will pause and then hand it over to our chief in just a few moments, is that we made the decision when the initial orders came out on March 16th, and we thought this was going to last only until April 7th, that we made the decision to pay all employees. At that point in time, it was not clear exactly which employees would be able to work and which would not. So that is occurring through today. From April 8th through May 3rd, we have called off the hours for all of our temporary employees. We have a couple hundred temporary employees who will no longer be working during this time frame of April 8th through May 3rd. And for those employees that are unable to work from home because of the nature of their work does not allow them to do so, that they would be using their leave time or taking unpaid leave or applying for the support through the enhanced unemployment, which was increased from $450 a week to $1,050 a week, or they may be eligible for the new federal sick leave. In terms of budgetary impacts, as you can imagine, with effectively restaurants, retail, auto being shut down, which comprises the majority of our sales tax, we're taking a big hit there. In addition, we are anticipating not receiving any program revenue for our arts and recreation services for the remainder of this fiscal year, which is significant. And we do have a finance committee meeting scheduled for this Thursday that we will be providing more detail about what we think the future may hold, recognizing it's highly uncertain at this point, but these would be our best projections based upon the information that we have at this point in time. And I mean, really what this was not initially an economic issue. This is a health crisis that is having a major impact on the economy. And as I wrap up here, what I do want to emphasize is that all city employees are disaster service workers, and as such are being reassigned as needed to help in any way possible. And that while these are obviously very stressful and uncertain times, I have been extremely pleased with how our employees have responded and come together, and that folks have been very, very willing to do whatever they can help, to do whatever they can to help, and not only willing, but are eager to do so. That this is the time that public service is more important than ever, and our workforce is ready and here for the community. And with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Are there any questions from the council or? Yes, please, Cindy. Cindy?
No, thank you. I had to find the mute button. Thank you very much for the report, Dan, and thank you to all of staff for all the work that you've been doing during the last, it's been more than 3 weeks because we were getting ready for it. I had a question today from a member of the community who is concerned. Well, first of all, she received an order for facial masks from the city for our work. And I was wondering if we're requiring all of our public works people to use them, first responders, public safety, and even those who are working in the office on days they're working in the office.
Yes, we have been equipping certainly our first responders with full protective, personal protective equipment, or PPE, which includes masks. We have also been making masks available for our public works folks, as well as others who are in the field. And obviously there were new orders that came out in the last few days. So we are making those available. We are requiring folks to protect themselves in accordance to the guidelines and recommendations. And in fact, we had a discussion earlier with our executive team about doing an updated assessment of what our PPE needs are for the next few weeks, so that we can try to obtain those supplies as quickly as possible to make sure we can keep our folks safe, and also keep the community safe in doing so.
I think it's really important, obviously, for the police department, but I also think it's important for those who are out in the public, in the field, doing the public works work, that even if they are appropriately distanced from the public, we are role models, and they are role models for what we now need to be doing, which is basically the suggestion that we all wear a mask if we are leaving our homes.
I agree.
Are you finished, Cindy?
I am, thank you.
Alrighty then, Justin, would you please?
Sure. Thanks, Dan, for the report, and thank you to Susie and the rest of the staff for making this go so smoothly. And this is the second meeting that we've been on, so thank you for all the hard work and effort that it's taken to get the technology going. So really appreciate that effort. Dan, I know that you and I have kind of had some conversations over the phone, but at what point do we transition to post opening up thought processes and strategies? Many municipalities throughout the country are starting to see the curve flatten out, and some are not shifting gears, but starting to focus on how they're going to open up the gates again. When is that discussion going to start occurring at a staff level, and what type of participatory efforts can be made on behalf of the council or from the council to guide the city out of this?
Yeah, that's a good question. And we have been having some of those discussions at a staff level. And in fact, Terry Kilgore is going to cover some of that in her update when she covers economic conditions. Candidly, the first couple weeks of this was a scramble to catch up, if you will. And I don't know that we'll ever be caught up here as the conditions change, but certainly we are thinking about what a post environment looks like. It's hard to know for sure just how extensive the economic impact will be. So we're planning for various scenarios, but we have had discussions with several of our not-for-profit partners that support the business community and the arts community. And if it's okay with you, I'll defer to Terry for her update to cover that in more detail.
Jump the gun. Thank you.
Kevin, please.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Dan, and everybody on the staff. I know this is a difficult challenge for everybody, and something that certainly nobody ever prepares themselves for. I have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if they would relate to something that you could address, or if it would be Terry, and I'll let staff figure that out. But the couple of questions I had is, you'd mentioned the governor didn't talk about implementing any kind of a local regulation on commercial leasing evictions. As we've seen from the overall residents and everybody in the community, everybody's very concerned about the businesses and hoping that businesses, their favorite shops and stores and restaurants, will all still be around. If the council so desired, what kind of local regulations on commercial leasing evictions could the council take action on? That's one question. The other is, we've seen that Hayward has done some testing on COVID-19, and I'm not sure what it would be to have Walnut Creek do testing, but how would that relate between Walnut Creek and what Hayward and some other cities are offering as well? And is there a reason that they're able to offer testing and that hasn't something that we've seen really within the Central Contra Costa area?
Yeah, let me tackle that second one first with respect to testing. As I mentioned earlier, Contra Costa County is the lead agency in coordinating with public and private medical providers to help with testing. We have not been contacted by Contra Costa County about the need for Walnut Creek to be involved in providing testing. And as I understand it, there's not a shortage of locations for testing. There is a shortage of tests for testing. I believe Hayward's situation is a little unique in that they partnered with a local hospital to help with space and to help with the logistics. But at this point in time, as I understand it, if there were more tests that were available, there's currently capacity within our healthcare system to provide those tests. So I don't see that our situation is the same in any way to what Hayward is. With respect to a potential ordinance related to commercial properties to prevent evictions, that is an option that council could proceed should you choose to do so. It would be an urgency ordinance. There are various options the council could consider. And if you're interested in discussing some of those options, I would defer to Terry to run through those as she's been doing some research and has information about what some other cities have done.
Any more questions?
No, that's fine for now.
I see none. And so therefore, Dan, I think we're ready to transition.
Take it away, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. It is my distinct privilege to serve as your police chief during this difficult time and to represent the women and men of the Walnut Creek Police Department. I've been so incredibly proud of their dedication and teamwork right now. What I'd like to do is provide you with an overview of some of the changes that we have devised as we get through this crisis. On March 16th, we implemented a new emergency deployment model where we shifted specialty assignments like our school resource officers back into patrol, maximizing our staffing efforts in the field. We did divide the teams to ensure that officers were not coming into frequent contact, and we created strategies at the police department for staff to work remotely and at the station in an effort to ensure social distancing. Our leadership team and our staff worked together to create a system by which we did not suffer any reduction in services, but developed a different way to deliver these services at this time. We are fully staffed and operational at this time from an officer standpoint. We are, however, operating in such a way were we to have an exposure or for a team to be unavailable, we would have a team ready to step in and fill that void. Some of our efforts have also included assigning an acting lieutenant to serve as our PPE steward to do frequent audits and to make sure we have the material and protective equipment for our staff that is working in the field. In terms of the police services that we're providing, we're still arresting people when it is warranted. We are still responding to calls for service when an in-person response is necessary. However, we are attempting to handle more calls for service via the phone while still providing a presence in our community. If somebody calls in to report maybe a property crime where there is no suspect information, that report may be taken over the phone, but rest assured, we still have officers out patrolling our neighborhoods and working to keep our community, our businesses, and everybody safe during this time. Our attempt to minimize contact whenever possible is done really in an effort to protect our officers and to protect the community. It is imperative that we keep our officers safe so that they can continue to provide these services. In terms of crime reduction strategies and our ongoing efforts to be seen in the community, those have not diminished. We still use our crime analysis unit to share issues, concerns, or crime trends so that we have officers in the right places at the right times to prevent crime and to hold to account those that commit those crimes. In terms of the county order, we get asked often, are we enforcing the shelter in place and social distancing orders? We do receive numerous calls every day about the county order. It is our intention right now to educate offenders and to seek compliance through this education. It's not our desire to enforce that order, to write tickets or make arrests. We do have the ability to do so. I really would ask our community members to please abide by these orders. It is vital to keep our critical resources available in the field for emergencies and to limit our exposure. So please abide by the order, thus keeping us from having to come out and instruct you to do so. When you see police tape around something or fences and gates are locked, please recognize that this is a period of time that we do have to be mindful of the social distancing guidelines and would really rely on your cooperation and consideration in abiding by the orders. In terms of potential exposure to our officers, it has been heartbreaking in this past week and a half to learn of police officers that have passed away in the state of California from COVID-19. One that hit especially close to home was a police detective for the Santa Rosa Police Department. It reiterated to us what is at stake here for our officers and for our community. We have developed a protocol in the event officers are exposed to somebody who has tested positive for COVID-19 or is displaying symptoms consistent with COVID-19. We have used this protocol on several occasions, but fortunately, we've not had any officer or member of the PD team test positive for the virus, nor come into contact with somebody that we are aware of that is tested positive for the virus. There is a collaboration amongst our regional public safety partners that I think has been exceptional at this pivotal time. All of the regional chiefs, the sheriff, the district attorney's office, and our state and federal partners have been working to continually share information, to provide best practices, and to work in concert with the health department to ensure that we have the material, the resources, and the information we need to keep people safe. This entails frequent contact with our county EOC, and our mutual aid and assistance programs have been extremely beneficial to us right now. Two examples of the changes that we have seen are that fewer individuals are eligible to be booked into the jail. Sheriff Livingston did share the new rules by which somebody will go into jail, but more people are eligible for citations and release or for filing with the district attorney's office when this is all said and done. I do promise our community that those people that take advantage of this opportunity and situation to commit criminal acts and the like, we will hold them accountable. We will seek to have every one of our cases filed and prosecuted to the extent we can. But things have changed right now. Court services are reduced. I mentioned jail service are reduced. And although things have slowed down, the criminal justice system is still active and people are being held accountable. Speaking of collaboration, I did have an opportunity today to speak with Contra Costa County Fire District Chief Louis Brochard, who shared the following update with me. All CON-FIRE stations are staffed and there has been no reduction in fire or ambulance capacity. Their EMS call volume is down and overall 911 ambulance transports are down by about 25%. County Health is assessing certain nursing and care facilities for outbreaks and virus spread among patients and staff. They do have a surge plan developed for ambulance response and staffing. They have a continuity of operations plan in case of significant reductions in firefighters due to illness. This includes priority-based station closures on a daily basis as needed, and could include a downstaffing Engine 1 in Walnut Creek if needed. Of course, that is if the surge occurs that requires it. Importantly, as of today's date, 9 personnel with the Contra Costa Fire District are currently off duty due to COVID symptoms, and 4 have tested positive. We are thinking of them and wishing them a well and a speedy recovery. I'd be remiss if I didn't take this moment to share with you the generosity and kindness that has been shared with the police department from our community members. They have dropped off food, they have dropped off homemade masks, they have sent cards and notes, and they have reminded us how lucky we are to work in a community and to be a part of this special community. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our Walnut Creek Police Department team for their flexibility, their teamwork, and their efforts and dedication to the community. It's been meritorious. It's been heartwarming, candidly. And also on behalf of the men and women of the Walnut Creek Police Department, I'd like to recognize the efforts of our public safety partners and first responders, especially the doctors and nurses that are working so diligently to keep people safe. We can't express our gratitude more deeply. With that, I'm happy to pause and answer any questions that you might have for me.
Matt, would you please take over?
Thanks, Chief, and thanks to everyone in your department who's doing a lot of hard work right now, along with the first responders and the doctors and nurses. We're all very grateful for what's happening. We got a letter late this afternoon from Jay Hoyer at the Chamber of Commerce, and I think you touched on this, but if you can maybe elaborate a little bit about, one of his questions was whether the police department's been able to step up their presence in the business areas of the city.
Absolutely. I can tell you that we are keenly aware of the fact that certain businesses are closed, and routinely patrol those businesses in those areas to ensure that there aren't people committing crimes at those locations. Our theme this year prior to all this was to really be seen by the community in a variety of ways. You see those in our community engagement efforts, through our social media presence, but that really entails seeing black and white squad cars in the neighborhoods and in the business district. So I can tell you anecdotally, when patrolling around the downtown area and other areas where there are closed businesses, I routinely see police officers in those areas, or parked sentry to let people know that they're in the area. So we're absolutely aware of those concerns and are doing our best to be present and prevent crime from occurring.
Thank you. And just one other question. In terms of the shelter in place, there's some confusion both among business owners and residents about what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. And you mentioned, I appreciate this, that the police is taking an educational approach to the enforcement of the county order. Can you give any specific examples of instances where the police have come across people gathering or congregating in a way that violated that order and that they were instructed not to do that?
Certainly. I'll start with personal experience of chasing off some adults who decided to climb over the fence at the skate park at Heather Farm Park and skate. And we got into a quick discussion about how, even though they were in the skate park, they were observing social distancing rules. I explained that the first clue would have been the locked gate. They were admonished for trespassing and sent on their way. We're receiving calls that groups of people are being seen congregating in certain areas like parks, or that people were having pickup games of basketball occurring. And this was all in the past several weeks. This has really been amplified with the new, more restrictive orders. So what we will do is we'll go out there, we'll make contact, we'll remind them, and we have found cooperation when we have done so. So it's been at sporting locations, at parks, some gatherings, or we'll get reports that maybe a non-essential business is open and providing services. We might call in there or send an officer in. A couple times we have received complaints from an employee at a non-essential business that shared anonymously that they should not be delivering their services at this point. So we've called and reminded them that they weren't deemed essential at this point. Again, with the more restrictive orders, we're starting to see more calls come in. So, we try to get to them when we can, but if we can settle it through a phone call, we will do that as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Chief. I think one of Jay Hoyer's questions in his letter was, what are local businesses? Let's say a local retail establishment. If they're an owner, are they allowed to go in and do work in there? Not with the customers, not with employees, but do book work, do the same that we do at home, because we can do that from home. Is that allowed?
I'll tell you, that's a great question. Thanks for asking it. I don't know. I would really have to take a close look at the order and even confer with the county if there were any questions. One of the things that's happened is we've seen frequently asked questions and more information coming out from the county about these orders. So we're trying to adapt and work through the nuances and the spirit and letter of the law. I can tell you we're not receiving calls for service or complaints about similar circumstances, or maybe one person responds to their business and is doing work inside. We would just remind people to be very aware of the changing orders, visit the county's website, look at those frequently asked questions. And if there's a concern or a question as to whether something can or can't happen, to the extent we can provide that information, we will. I would also urge our business community to confer with Terry, who you'll hear from here in a few minutes, so that we can get the information out in a consistent way to everybody. My biggest concern is that we might have an officer dispatched to a case like that and not know precisely what the violation is, if any. So we want to make sure we're getting consistent messaging out.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
I think that's it for now. I'm sure there might be some more when all this is wrapped up, but I think it's time to transition to Terry Kilgore. And thank you very much, Chief, for your wisdom and input.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Kilgore, Assistant City Manager and current Economic Development Manager in a pinch. So as we speak today, I don't have to tell you these are not just challenging times, they are surreal times. And what is clearly a public health crisis is also rapidly becoming an economic crisis, whose impacts are going to be felt even after we find the cure for this virus. The stock markets are down, and more importantly, unemployment is up. This is starting to hit literally at home for our residents and for our businesses. So what you see on the left-hand side is the fundamental situation is that only essential businesses are allowed to operate in person. And there's several categories which are obvious to people, like grocery stores and restaurants for takeout. But there's some other nuances that we wanted to make sure people were aware of, much to Tom's earlier point. Not everyone is reading these county orders as closely as we are, so we wanted to highlight a few of those for you. Restaurants are allowed to do delivery so that we can get food to those people who may not be able to get out and get it for themselves. They can even deliver liquor if they have the appropriate liquor licenses. So if you're at home and you just can't take it and need a margarita, someone can get that to you as well. Grocery stores are open for business. Many are getting creative and offering senior only hours or hours for our ill, either people who are with underlying health conditions who maybe need to not be around as many people, even with 6-foot distancing standard during regular hours. So a lot of our pregnant residents are taking advantage of that as well. And so we know we've had inventory challenges locally as well as nationally. The good news we're hearing from our food service partners is that there is plenty of food in the United States. If you think about how much food goes to put together weddings and business meetings, there is food in the system. It's getting it transitioned from the wholesale distribution lines over to the retail distribution lines, and then making sure that our local grocers are setting aside enough time to stock their shelves because they certainly are seeing high demand. Our hardware stores are open, providing important services. Auto repair is open, while auto sales are not. Auto repair, and that means many of our dealerships are around to help should your car have issues. Hotels are deemed a place of residence, and so they are still open and functional, albeit many of them with greatly reduced staffing. They have moved to a very basic business function. And then obviously healthcare is open during this time of medical crisis. So anyone who needs healthcare shouldn't hesitate to reach out to their provider and find out how to get that care best. What is closed? Bars and nightclubs. Obviously, downtown is known for its fun activities. So that's closed. Dining in is closed. Our entertainment venues are closed, like the Lesher, as was mentioned earlier. And then our gym and fitness studios are closed as well. Additionally, some major businesses are closed, like Macy's, Neiman Marcus, Crate and Barrel, Apple, a lot of our fitness studios, just to mention a few. And what I really want to highlight on this slide is the impact we're starting to see on employment. You've all seen the federal numbers, which have jumped up past historic markers by quite a lot, but we're starting to see those numbers come true locally. So as of today, we've received WARN notices, and WARN notices are requirements that businesses over 100 employees let us know if they're laying off or furloughing significant numbers of staff. And right now we've heard from 13 companies who have either furloughed or laid off over 1,100 employees from Walnut Creek businesses. So the challenge is real, and that does not include our small mom and pops who aren't required to report, but we know are facing similar challenges. Next slide, please. So the good news, and Dan always laughs because I always manage to work in that there has been a little bit of a silver lining here, and that is that many people, especially at the federal level, have come together, and the state level as well, to offer up unprecedented assistance to our businesses. Many of you have heard of the SBA loans, where companies can get up to $2 million in funding, as well as quite a lot of bridge funding. I think it's $25,000 for the SBA loans. There's also a paycheck protection program for companies with less than 500 employees that allows a portion of the loan, up to $10 million in total for the total loan, but a portion of that could be forgivable if it's used to maintain people on their payroll. And so a lot of the incentives here are focused on keeping people employed, keeping businesses open, with the hope that this health crisis passes here in the next coming months, and that we're all able to come back out. And then when we do, our business community will be ready to rebound with us as well. Many institutions are offering seminars to help businesses navigate the wide range of programs that are flying out the door. That includes the Chamber of Commerce here in Walnut Creek Downtown, East Bay EDA, and many of our other partners through GoBiz at the state as well. Locally, we've created a list of all open businesses on our city webpage. We've gotten great response from our business community. And tomorrow, I'm proud to tell you, we'll be launching some new upgrades where people will be able to do more targeted searches for businesses, essential businesses that are open, and they'll be able to do it from a map-based search function. So if you know that you want to be in the North Downtown area, you can look just for certain types of businesses in your neighborhood, so you don't have to look at the entire city list. Next page, please. We also have tried to be proactive as a city to make what changes we can to help our businesses navigate. So one of the first things we did was we made downtown parking free, so that if people are coming down to pick up either groceries to go or food to go, they can quickly get in and out of downtown. The chamber, the Walnut Creek Downtown, and the city have all been actively cross-promoting each other's posts on social media to make sure that everybody has the latest and greatest information, regardless of who your favorite social media follow is. And I will say the chamber and WCD have done a great job of helping businesses promote specials that they might be offering. Some folks are doing family style packages that you can order in bulk and get a quick drop off at your car. Next slide, please. And additionally, I want to give a shout out to our businesses. They have really stepped up with creativity and gumption, I guess, as my grandpa would say, in the face of this crisis. We're seeing them really use all their available channels. They're deep into social media, offering specials, as I mentioned earlier, trying to connect with their customers. Some of them are offering net percent of proceeds to staff, like GOTS. They were doing 100% at one point to help keep their staff paid and on the payroll. We're seeing creative new offerings, special hours. Some restaurants, in an effort to keep their suppliers in business, are transitioning to sort of a general store bodega style model. One example of that is Beer House, who now you can buy eggs and pasta and all the basics that you might need to save yourself a trip to the larger grocery store. They're offering gift cards where you buy them now and they're good for 6 months to a year, so that people can help support their favorite business during this time. And it also incentivizes people to come back out when the orders are lifted. And then many of them are getting really creative around fundraising and generating donations to help others. The chamber has sponsored an Our Heroes campaign where people can donate to help fund meals to our first responders and healthcare providers. Sunrise Cafe has taken that on as one of their missions as well. And so we have just some great thinking happening in our community on how to stay engaged with our residents and their customer base. To one of the questions earlier, how are we thinking ahead for when this fog lifts? We are taking advantage of this time as best we can to think about what sort of marketing and outreach programs can we build now to incentivize people to come back downtown and to our shopping centers throughout the city when things are better. We're talking about how and when could we restart events. Right now, most of the events are canceled through at least the early part of summer, but we're looking at how we get those back online and how we let people know about those changes so we can get on their calendars. And the real goal here is, in working with our partners, we are looking at not just how do we survive this crisis, but how do we use it as an opportunity to get creative and maybe reach markets that we traditionally haven't met in the past, so that we're best positioned to come out the other side better, stronger, faster. So the last thing I would say to the question of commercial lease restrictions, we have been evaluating what others have undertaken. We initially pinged some of our major property owners about what would they think if we implemented some sort of commercial moratorium. Truth be told, we got fairly mixed response. And so we've been doing our homework on who else has taken that sort of action. It's mostly honestly been at the county level or at the large city level. We're just now starting to see cities of our size and scope jump into the mix. And most of them have targeted their efforts around small business, and they are either freezing increases, deferring payments, or giving grace periods. But we're seeing very few complete waivers as we look at what people are offering up. And I'm happy to talk more about that later. I also wanted to give a shout out to our CMO team. They have really pivoted and become a key part of team economic development and helped us field calls from our businesses, make sure that people know where to find resources, updating social media, and posting new web resources. So with a very small staff, we are doing our very best to make sure we stay connected with our business community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if there are anybody. Oh, yes, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Terry, for all of the work that you and the team are doing, and the collaborative work that you're doing with Walnut Creek Downtown and the Chamber and all of our business community. I had a conversation this morning with someone who expressed concern that it appears that the grocers, and I'll probably have to lump in the pharmacies, are not requiring their employees to wear protective equipment, whether they're stocking the shelves and we're in the aisles as customers or including at the checkout stands. Now, I did make a phone call to Senator Gleiser's office about that because I felt it probably might rise to a higher level, because Senator Gleiser in one of his town halls last week had the Northern California presidents of both Rite Aid and Safeway on the call. And they said they were receiving the same calls and trying to talk to the county about it. But is there anything we can do about that? And have you had any conversations about that locally?
We have not had conversations about that in the city that I'm aware of. I think the difficulty would be in enforcement. We certainly have moved, when it came to code enforcement, we've moved to more of a phone call basis. So that's something we could explore of perhaps we follow up with the store managers on a one-on-one call approach.
I think this person, who is quite knowledgeable, said that her conversations with the respective store managers were, my bosses won't let me do it. So we might have to make a phone call up the food chain, pun intended.
Very witty pun, so noted. And I also forgot to mention Senator Glazer, Assemblywoman Rebecca Bayer-Cowan, and I just said her name totally wrong, sorry, as well as our partners at the CVB. We have been having great support from everyone that we've reached out to in trying to work all of our different networks. So I think that's a great point.
And I think if it's the employees actually have resistance, pointing out to them that their health is everybody's health is a concern, not just the customers, but the employees as well. Thank you.
Okay, I see Mayor Pro Tem Wilk would like to talk.
Thank you. And actually, Councilmember Silva, you must be on the opposite side of town hearing that than I am, because in the area of Ignacio and Oak Grove, pretty much every single grocery and every single store, the employees are wearing face masks. But that's not my question. But I think that's interesting. There's a difference there.
I think it goes up and down. I think they get tired of it after a while, and then, because I've noticed some that were, and then now they aren't, it goes back.
Wow. Okay. My question is, in the staff report, we saw that there were a number of projects that were listed as essential projects for construction to continue on. And I wanted to see what classifies as an essential project, because there's the Lesher Center, there was the old McDonald's site, Grower Square. And so there are residents that have reached out to me asking, why are they allowed to build or continue to build when other places aren't?
I can, jump in on that one, Mayor Pro Tem. So that list that was attached is a bit dated because when we published and we're creating this, the new health order was just coming out and it's taken a little time to review that. So that list will be pared back compared to what is there currently under the new restrictions. So stay tuned. That will be updated and republished after we finalize our review.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? No, I would like to thank staff. Wave from Councilmember Silva.
This is a general question, so I'm glad Dan is back at the helm there. I know we've been receiving questions both by email and by phone. Do we have a hotline set up? And do we have a centralized email location? So we'll start with that question.
We do, just don't ask me to recite what that number is and we'll be okay.
Oh, it
But,
should have been ask Susie to put it on that slide and get that slide back up there.
You may have it. We do have a couple different numbers, but we have one specific for seniors. A lot of our senior staff that have been redirected because they can't provide services in public have a hotline there that seniors can call for coordination. A lot of calls that are coming in about how seniors, those over 65, can get food or medication primarily, as well as any other types of activities that they can do. And then our communications manager just saved me and texted me our email, which is community@walnut-creek.org is our primary email for folks to send in requests. And the senior number is coming in just in a moment. Bear with me. 925-943-5892. So again, the email is community@walnut-creek.org. And the phone number for seniors is 925-943-5892. And people are staffing that phone line from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Are we finding that there's a consistent 10 questions? 10 is a random number, but.
Yeah, generally, as I mentioned, for seniors, largely around medication and food, which we are able to help them with that. And then a lot of folks who are calling in more or less to lodge complaints about people not following the orders is the lion's share of the calls that we are receiving. And as our chief noted, where we can, we are trying to educate folks, give them a warning. And so we are responding to some of those. Admittedly, we cannot respond to all. And in some cases, as you can imagine, we are receiving some complaints about activities which are in fact compliant with the order. So we have to sort out and triage the nature of the request, but we are doing so.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you again for your work and all of staff's work.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could just, I don't know if there are any other comments or questions. I just wanted to touch on. Sorry, Mary.
I have a question, and that is, how often do we update the website, and what are some of the focuses that you are doing for sharing the information?
Yeah, great question. In fact, we just completely overhauled our website for COVID-19 specifically, created a microsite, if you will, that is much more mobile friendly than what our prior site was. What we're trying to do is be balanced on our website in that to try to direct folks to the direct source of information so that we're not a middleman, so to speak. So anything related to healthcare from the county, we are directing folks to the county site or to the CDC for more general measures. As I mentioned, we don't have jurisdiction over public health matters specifically. We don't have any doctors on staff or nurses, that sort of thing, like the county does. But anything that's local, we are updating regularly. In fact, we're making updates every day. And certainly when there are new orders or restrictions that come out, whether it be at the local level or the state level, we are making those updates. And as we receive information from the federal government about assistance, such as the small business loans and administrative support that Terry noted earlier, we have all of those references available. And then one of the things that we did very early on, shortly after this first started, is we did make a list that was open to all businesses in Walnut Creek, one-stop shop, if you will, for those that are open and what types of services they are able to provide. So all that information is updated regularly. We are also very active on social media. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We're also emailing out through my city manager updates. And to give you a sense of the volume, we effectively have one full-time person and a few others helping just posting and responding to social media. So that is our primary means of communication at this point in time. People are certainly visiting the website for information, but we're getting more hits on our social media than we are anywhere else. So we are very active in that regard.
Last chance before I open this for public comment. Okay. Does any member of the public wish to provide comment at this time? It needs to be with regard to this report. And so if there is anybody that's interested in asking a question or making a comment, please raise your hand if you're on Zoom. And the other way to get a hold of us is to send an email to, please help me, public comment at walnut-creek.com, .org. That's public comment at walnut-creek.org. And if you are on Zoom by telephone, would you please press *9, which is the equivalent of the raising hand if you're going through a computer or phone or app or something like that. Okay, I'm going to wait a minute or so to give people a chance to process that information. Remember that you only will be able to speak for 2 minutes.
Mayor, we have 5 individuals wishing to provide public comment. I will bring them in one at a time. We have Jody Nelson first.
Welcome, Jody.
I think I can't. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please talk more.
I lost contact. So all of a sudden I lost, and now all of a sudden I repopulated. So I'm trying to make sure. I would just like to say that, this has to do with the whole COVID-19 circumstances, that we are doing business as usual when this meeting in and of itself is not business as usual. And I realize that you're using the governor's executive order N2920 to validate this meeting, but you are not under any obligation to have these meetings, only that you can. And finally, Homeland Security has declared that local government is on the forefront and can take control over determining what to temporarily halt. And a recent video by the mayor has stated that unnecessary services have been eliminated during the COVID crises, but this very meeting should be considered unnecessary. I tried calling all day today to talk to someone about this meeting, and because of your skeleton crew, nobody answered the phone. I didn't get a response until late this afternoon, and it was by the city clerk who said that she had the wrong phone number. So, that is why meetings like this should not be taking place. There's so many unknowns. There's so many things that can go wrong, and you're denying the robust public comment that these meetings are supposed to provide. if this meeting had everything to do with only COVID-19, which a lot of it has, then power to you. You're right on. I agree with it. But otherwise, we need to put these meetings.
I'm going to interrupt you right now. It sounds like you're talking about something outside of what your limitation is in regard to this topic. There will be chances for you to talk again later on. So please defer your time till when it's appropriate. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Okay, we have Paul G. Paul, if you could please state your first and last name and city of residence.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Okay. What I want everybody to do is pay very, very careful attention to the COVID-19 statistics, because they are juicing both the numerator and the denominator. And they are doing that for very specific compliance reasons. You have to be very, very careful about making conclusions about the numerator of people dying and the denominator of what's at the bottom. The bottom should be projected cases. It should not be confirmed cases. That way overrepresents the death percentage. The problem here is there's too much fear that is actually being induced upon the public to do things like shut down the economy and try to take away some of our rights. Our rights are very important to us. We want none of them taken away, including within the context of this meeting. When you actually limit somebody to 2 minutes by Zoom, you're not talking to the people who don't have this technology. You are actually filtering out very important members of your community. There should be no decisions made beyond COVID-19 in any of these meetings. They should all wait for regular meetings.
Excuse me. If the rest of these conversations that are happening with regard to this time and this comment period are
This
going
is it.
to
I'm
be
like making
more-
that comment for that
I'm
period.
sorry. You're not talking about COVID-19. You're talking and what the city is doing to help with the crisis. You are talking about something else.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about preserving our rights. That's the important.
That's different. So please defer your time for people who have comments on the topic right now. Thank you very much. Next call, please.
We're bringing in Jamie Tucker.
Jamie, please.
Jamie, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
I think what happens is when you let the person talk, it disconnects them for a minute for some reason. Anyway, I do appreciate all the work you guys are doing. I'm sure times are really tough and you're having to respond quickly and make decisions quickly. I think my biggest concern is that you are using the COVID-19 event in a way that it actually affects other people being able to attend meetings like that. Having this meeting.
I am interrupting you because I have asked you and all your cohort to wait for your appropriate amount of time. Would you please defer your comments to a later moment and let people who have questions about the services and what the city is doing to relate to them talk now? Thank you very much.
Well, that was nice.
It appears that we've lost the mayor at this moment. She may be trying to reconnect. Is there another attendee that is ready to speak?
Yes, we have Kim. Kim, if you could state your full name and city of residence, and then you can proceed with your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Kim Friedman. I live in Walnut Creek. And I'm calling on behalf of my sister. I think she's raising her hand too. And I just want to thank you for having this meeting. And I do have a COVID-19 question. And so my sister has a small business in Walnut Creek. And there has been, I know you talked briefly about the emergency.
Kim?
Vote this evening for an emergency mandatory moratorium for the small businesses to get their rent deferred for that 6-month period, like I think Antioch has, I think Concord has, I know the city of has, the city of San Francisco has, and I just that needs to be done now, not next month, because there are there's rents that need to be paid, but if they're not having any income come in, they can't be able to pay their rent. For them not to pay their rent. It's that deferred time. So when they do get their small business loans, or when that all happens, that they'll be able to pay in full and with the money that they owe to their landlords.
Thank you, Kim.
Mayor, can I ask if I can just clarify what the speaker said, because it was going in and out a bit.
Yes.
Quickly to clarify, you are asking us to consider commercial rent assistance. Oops. I'm going to assume that's a yes. No.
I am yes, to ask you to vote this evening on an emergency mandatory for small businesses for a rent deferral.
I'm going to ask the city attorney. I believe such a thing needs to be agendized at a future meeting. Is that a fair question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. If the council wishes to consider a moratorium that would necessitate or that would provide for rent deferrals for a period of time, the council could direct staff to bring that back for your consideration at the next council meeting. But the council is not able to act on that to impose a moratorium this evening, but the council could at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments, Kim. Is there another speaker?
Yes, we'll be bringing Shelley in to speak. Shelley, if you could state your full name and city of residence. Shelley. Shelley. It's very faint. I can barely hear.
I think he's listening to the TV broadcast, or someone is, and that's what you're reading.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
There we go.
All right. I'm echoing the same sentiment that somebody asked earlier, and I had sent email to the community email and to the Office of Mayor yesterday, asking for some kind of rent moratorium policy from the city, and it's required like right away. We can't wait for 2 months for this kind of stuff to happen. It's not necessarily that you force the landlords to not charge rent, but if there's this kind of policy, they'll be more willing to work with the tenants, because we want them to work with tenants on rent deferrals so that we can build our businesses as soon as this gets over. If that's not the case, then you can think about a lot of businesses which started in last couple of years, they will go away. And it'll be a big loss for the new businesses. For big businesses or the businesses which have been established for tens of years, they'll be fine, maybe fine, better off. But this kind of ordinance or any kind of policy from the city will really push or encourage landlords to work with the tenants on some kind of rent arrangement. So we request that this is put in the agenda for the next city council meeting.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there any other speaker?
We have 2 more speakers. We're bringing in Jenny Mandela.
Jenny, welcome. Jenny?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My question is, will the city consider rebidding any contracts that it has currently in order to give more opportunities for local businesses to help local business survive the, upcoming recession?
Okay. Do you have anything further to say?
No, that's it. I was just wondering if the city would give consideration to that, to be able to provide as many opportunities for new businesses to thrive after, this downturn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Did anyone understand what that request was? I'm sorry. I
Yes, it was for rebid of I guess outstanding contracts. Steve, do you have? No. Okay. It was.
No, I was just going to confirm what you were saying, Mayor, that it was to consider rebidding existing or new contracts to provide opportunities for local businesses to be able to participate. That may include like consideration of local business preference or something.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we're bringing in the final speaker, Cliff F.
Okay.
Just a
Thank you.
moment. Cliff, can you hear us?
Yes. Good evening. This is Cliff Fitterer. I'm a 29-year resident of Walnut Creek. I love Walnut Creek, and I thought the presentation tonight on the COVID situation was excellent. My only question was just to add on to what Cindy Silva brought up about the observation that grocery store employees aren't wearing masks. What I've noticed is going to takeout restaurants, I've noticed that every takeout restaurant I've been to, the people preparing the food are not wearing masks. So I don't know if that's of concern to you. It was a little bit of concern to me, but that's the only comment I have, which adds on to Cindy Silva's question about grocery store employees wearing masks.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you for calling. Clerks, hold on. I'm still trying to get all the language right. Are there any emails written or received since that time that you need to read into the?
There are no written public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then now, next on the, I'm going to ask if the council needs a 5 to 10 minute break. I see heads nod. Yes, that's a yes, Dan? That's a yes. Okay, let's take a 10-minute
Yeah,
break.
just, if I could real quick, I just wanted to make a brief comment or two about next steps and what we have forthcoming. So, obviously a few of the things that we're doing going forward are closely monitoring what's occurring at the regional level through the county, obviously the state and the federal government. By way of example, I have regular conference calls, as do other staff, with the county operations folks, their emergency teams. I have twice a week meetings with our fellow city managers in our 18 other cities in Contra Costa. We are attending White House briefings from the administration on a weekly basis. There are league calls. I know some of you are involved in those as well. So I just want all of you in the public to be aware that we are monitoring and trying to absorb as much information as we can, and then adjusting our operations and responses accordingly. With respect to our finances, as I mentioned, this April 9th, we will be providing our initial update of our projections related to the budget to the Finance Committee. Tentatively, we are planning to bring a similar presentation to the council at our next meeting on April 14th. So just wanted to outline those steps before we take a break here. Thank you.
Anybody else? I see nothing, so.
So
yes.
I wanted to know if council had any comments based on the public comment.
I guess you do, so please feel free to do that.
Well, no, I want to thank everyone, but there were three speakers that made comments about local businesses, and I didn't know if we wanted to provide any direction.
All right. How does the council feel about providing? Do we have consensus, and do we have anybody willing to make a comment here?
Well, I'll make a comment, and I think this is something that I had also brought up earlier, and certainly there is a lot of concern from residents as well as the business community. I think it would behoove us to at least have the conversation, have it on the agenda in 2 weeks. We can discuss it at that point, but at least with it being on the agenda, we can come to some type of understanding of what we want to do moving forward.
Any other comments? Thank you, Kevin. Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, Matt, would you please comment now?
I believe I am unmuted, but if I'm not, wave at me. I appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation about all aspects of this, and I think the impacts on residents and commercial tenants are important. I guess my initial reaction, though, is that tenants should absolutely be having those conversations first and foremost with their landlord. And to the extent I hear that landlords are being unreasonable or not understanding the magnitude of this moment, I'd really be interested in hearing about that, because I guess I'm not quite convinced yet there's a reason to regulate in this regard. If I hear that landlords aren't being responsive to reasonable requests from tenants, then I would have a different point of view, but I don't have that information right now. So I guess I'd be open for a discussion item if I heard instances or examples in 2 weeks from now to get more information about it.
Yep. Anybody else want to make a comment?
Just to confirm here, Kevin, you're asking for on the commercial side or the residential side, or are you asking for the whole enchilada here?
The commercial side, the residential side is being handled by the state in the governor's mandate.
Yeah, I kind of fall on the line of Mr. Francois. I've reached out to multiple contacts in the tech industry that run facilities. I've also reached out to commercial brokers, and pretty much everyone's saying the same exact thing, which is no one's paying rent. And they're working very diligently, depending on what side of the fence they're on, with either their rentor, with their landlords, or the people that are renting the facilities in order to work out deals. I have heard, I only have access to a specific size network in the Bay Area, but I've heard very good returns that individuals are getting when they bring this up to the landlord. I have not heard any issues with landlords not being responsive to their tenants. So unless the staff is willing or able to come forward with examples of where this is not occurring, I too agree that legislation or legislating our way around this is not appropriate.
Thank you. Hold please. Is there anybody else that wishes to have a comment?
So, yeah, I will comment that again, that I appreciate the individuals who brought this forward. I am curious on the small business side as to what is happening in the community. And it would make sense, because it's not like it would make sense for landlords to be working with their tenants, because at the end of the day, there is no other tenant that's going to come in and take the space. So it's not like you can just replace them. But if there is someone who is using it as an opportunity to do something different, it would be interesting to find out.
Okay, my comments generally falls in line with those of my fellow council members. It is, we're looking at the practicality of really being a landlord in these days. And I'm also very proud of the questions, because that means that you are just like we want all our citizens to be responsible about your obligations and to have a very clear road to travel down, knowing what it is that your obligations are. I support the concept that it is more appropriate at this time to talk with your landlord, and that is the best way to go. And so at this moment, until we hear of a landslide of problems, I think we will defer conversation about it. But I appreciate the honor that went behind those questions. Thank you very much for talking to us. Now we're taking a 10-minute break. Be back at 7:50.
Your mic is muted.
Yeah, you're right.
There we go.
Oh. Next, welcome back. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. I will note that the consent item, never mind. Does any member of the council wish to pull an item?
Mayor,
Yes?
I would like to pull item 2C, the wireless.
2C is?
C, sorry, it's 2D.
And Mayor, I would like to pull items 2C and 2F.
Okay, let me 2C, 2D, and F. E and F? Okay,
C, E, and F.
C, E, and F. Got it.
So I'll make oh no, first I guess we have to hear from public comment on the items and consent.
Hey, does anybody in the, please? Does any member of the public wish to comment on an item on the consent calendar? Please raise your hand if that is the case. If you're calling in on Zoom on the phone, remember *9 so that you can get through.
Mayor,
yes.
Mayor, could I suggest you ask if anyone wishes to speak on an item that we have not already pulled to hear about? Because otherwise people will start commenting on all the ones that we've already pulled.
All right. We will take public comment on the items that we have pulled already at the time when we talk about them at council level. And therefore, I am asking if anybody wants to pull an additional item for comment.
Madam Mayor, this is Steve. I wanted to advise the council also that staff was recommending that item J be removed from the agenda for this evening.
Thank you. All right, let's go. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve consent calendar items 2A, B, D, G, H, I, K, and L.
No, not D.
Not D.
I'm sorry, not D.
I'll second that.
Right. May I have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes, as long as we didn't inadvertently include the Los Moles contract.
No, that's not included.
Thank you.
Mayor Haskia.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to talk about item C.
Okay. Allow me to talk about items C and F at the same time because it's under the same general discussion point, which is allocating funds. Now, C came from the bill SB1 or the gas tax fund to pay for projects. And item 2F also comes from funds that we have allocated previously for road work. My question is it prudent for us to be going forward with the work at this time and moving forward on these projects? We really don't know what the state of our finances is going to be once the entire crisis ends and how we're going to be looking financially, which we already know we're way down in sales tax revenues, and we'll be finding out more about that on the financial committee. But I'm just concerned that we are going forward with projects that we've already designated prior to the crisis without thinking about the potential financial ramifications down the line.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comment of Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, but isn't it correct that these funds are designated for roads and that it's not like we could allocate them to take care of a park or pay for first responders? But I need clarification of that, maybe from the city manager.
That is correct. In the case of SB1, that money is restricted and Item 2C is to highlight the list of projects that are planned. And we have the option of not performing those projects should SB1 funds fall short from the dedicated revenue stream that we received through the state through the gas tax that was added for that. And then item F.
It's the road
road
maintenance, the slurry seal.
Correct, is also has specific funding related to for roads projects. So we also have Heather Ballinger from Public Works, or I believe Steve Waymeyer from Public Works, who could elaborate further if you'd like.
The only thing I would say to that, and I certainly would like to hear from Steve Waymeyer or Heather Ballinger about that, regarding the gas tax funds, we don't know, right now people aren't driving. We don't know what kind of funds we're looking at. And while we may end up falling short in some areas of expectations, the truth of the matter is we don't know what those revenues are going to look like. When it comes to the slurry seal, I realize that those are dedicated for road maintenance and improvements. But in emergency times, and this is nothing short of an emergency, there are times where money can be reallocated based upon that. And that's my thoughts, that should we need to have some kind of an emergency resolution to make sure the lights stay on in the city in 6 months, is that the best use of the money now for a slurry seal project? And I would like to hear from the staff on that.
All right, this is Steve Waymeyer. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to answer that question. First of all, to answer the question on C, it's really not appropriating funding. It's just it's more just a just something we have to do for the state to say where we may spend the money. So there's no appropriation of the money, so we can always back off on what those projects are. So item C is pretty nebulous as far as future funding or anything like that. So that's a pretty easy one. On the slurry seal, those funds can only be spent on roadway type work. And, this is work that we have programmed. And so we would like to move forward with it. I can see if council would want to not move forward with that project and use it for other roadway work, but we couldn't reappropriate that money to pay for staff or anything else like that. It's really just for the roadway work. So, we'd like to just go ahead and move forward with that work. I think one thing we need to be cognizant of is as we roll out of this, we need to have work in line and in the queue for the people who are trying to make a living. And so in my mind, it'd be good to keep these projects moving forward. So once we get through this, we have work lined up and we can get them moving on, but that's up to council.
Steve, I'm gonna ask a question, and it's about slurry seal. Isn't the point of doing this to save even more money later on because the seal extends the life of the road and the quality of the road?
Yeah, so our slurry seal program is the best bang for the buck that we have for the city of Walnut Creek. It actually extends our residential streets and keeps us from having to completely replace them. So as long as we keep up on the program we've done for the last 20 years, that's the best thing to do that we can do. It's the best money that we can have. So I was just showing that I was muted. Did anybody hear me?
Yes, we heard you.
Okay.
Almost all of the sentence, yes. Okay, are there any more questions? Councilmember Silva?
Thank you. Steve, thank you for answering the questions. The funds for the slurry seal project, we have already collected those and they are already sitting.
Yeah, that's correct. So we're fairly conservative in how we spend our funding, especially when it comes to the roadway money. We've had it taken away from us before by the government in the past, by the California. And so we usually don't forecast all the fund available when we do our budgeting. So we kind of keep money on the side. So this is funds that actually we have, not accounting term, but in the bank. So these are funds that we have available to spend on that project.
So the slowdown in the economy may affect the gas tax funds that we collect going forward.
Yeah, most definitely. We expect to have less gas tax funds going forward, but you're going to see here in the future that we're still kind of pushing projects forward. We have an expectation. There's usually when we come out of something like this, there's funding that will come forward to stimulate the economy. A lot of it comes to roadways. So staff is really gearing up for that. And the nice thing is right now with the lower fuel prices and everything else, we think we'll be able to get a good prices. So you're going to see in the next couple months that we're going to be prepared to roll projects out and have shovel-ready projects if the stimulus comes around. And we're really looking forward to that, so we can get some really good prices. We did that last time in the last recession that we had, and it really did pay off for us.
Isn't it also true that the last time we had an economic downturn, which was just a little over 10 years ago, that contractual prices started to come in lower?
Almost definitely, and we expect to see that now.
So we were able to save quite a bit of money on the building of the downtown library, for example.
I want to be clear that these projects that we bid were bid before this all happened, though. So the projects that we have in front of you are based on prices that were prior to the recession coming into place.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Is there any public comment on these two items, item C and item F, which is regarding our roads and our expenditures for roads? If so, please raise your hand.
We have one individual who would like to provide public comment.
Thank you.
We'll bring them in. This is Jody Nelson. Jody, are you there?
Yes, I apologize. Yes. I did lose connection. Okay. So I am on now to speak.
Yes,
are you wanting to provide comment on the SB1 item or the slurry seal project?
I did not. I'm sorry. I must have accidentally hit that. I apologize. I don't even know where I hit it because I wasn't doing anything on my computer. So
no worries. We'll bring you back in for the license agreement shortly.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. No further comments from council? I would like to entertain a motion.
I will move that we approve items C and F of the consent.
Second.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk?
Aye on C, no on F.
And Mayor Haskew?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, recording a no vote from Mayor Pro Tem Wilk on 2F.
Okay, I'm going to go to item E and then go back to item D, which is the cells, but let's get item E over with. Who pulled it and who would like to make a comment? Or am I wrong?
I don't believe 2E was pulled.
Okay, so it's already been approved. All right, then we will go back to item D, which is the Councilmember Silva, would you like to take a helm here?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have some questions maybe for the city attorney, actually, because it's about some of the legal issues involved here, if the attorney is available.
Available.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. As most of my colleagues know, I have been in and out of Washington, D.C. in the last couple of years. I've been at numerous conferences where the FCC ruling from 2018 has been discussed, the Ninth Circuit Court decisions, and I've also been on the council long enough to know somewhat what our authority is around these cellular licenses and the placement of cellular facilities in our community. Can you help me or clarify first, what is our authority related to cellular facilities, not just 5G or 4G, but even the ones that are 3G that are out there now?
So the city is constrained both by federal law and by state law. And so at an initial level, the city cannot regulate in a way that effectively preempts particularly small cell facilities and other facilities to be placed within the public right of way in the city. The city does have some regulatory authority that relates to aesthetic issues. And so the city has some ability to regulate in those areas. The city does not have the ability to regulate in terms of radio emissions that are associated with it, as long as the projects are consistent with FCC regulations. So that's the extent of the city's review of it. With regards to the particular licenses that are on the master license agreements that are on the agenda this evening, the FCC has issued rulings that provide limited authority for cities to be able to collect some funds for the use of the public right-of-way. There is a dispute between local governments and the federal government as to how much cities should be able to collect. But those disputes are working themselves out both in the courts and potentially through legislation. The council should also be aware that there is legislation at the federal level that has been introduced that would put the FCC's order regarding compensation issues and certain regulatory issues into law. And the National League of Cities has advised that in the initial, not the initial, but the most recent stimulus bill that was approved, that there was a desire or thought that might be amended into that legislation. And the council is also aware that there is talk of yet another stimulus bill coming out of the federal government. And so there is that possibility that it could be inserted into that legislation as well, too.
So in reading through the governor's recent orders on essential services, his order referred to the national essential services list of about 16 categories, and telecoms was a part of that. So are these facilities considered essential services under federal and state law?
Yes, they are.
So the lawsuits that have now been consolidated and heard in front of the Ninth Circuit, actually, I think it was the Seattle court in the Ninth Circuit back in February, really the arguments are not about whether we have a right to say no, because we haven't had a right to say no for a very long time. It appears that the argument is about what price we can charge or what value is allowing people into our right-of-way and on our poles, and the other is about how fast we have to approve these. Is that correct?
That is generally correct, yes. That is the challenge. One of the challenges in court in the Ninth Circuit is to the relatively recent 2018 FCC rule that was adopted.
And so to put it mildly, if the Ninth Circuit rules in the favor of the cities that have, and the municipalities and the counties that have sued the FCC on this, if the Ninth Circuit weighs in our favor, the amount we can charge will be higher, presumably. And if they rule against us, they're going to the courts will lock in the FCC's regulation from 2018.
Effectively, if they hold it, as long as the composition of the FCC stays the same, and there isn't a
federal
a change in administration or federal legislation, yes, it would remain in effect as it is in effect right now, absent the challenge.
So we're allowed to do these master licenses, and 3 of these entities have negotiated with us for quite a bit of time, and these master licenses give us the ability to set into agreement how we will structure these pole licenses as they come forward with those.
That is correct, and there's also a provision in the master licenses that say that if the FCC order is overturned, that the actual license fee that is payable to the city would be would be in excess of the $270 that is allowed under the FCC order.
So these master license agreements don't actually approve any specific location or conditions. They just set the framework for that.
That is correct as well too. The carriers would need to come back in and seek a separate license pole agreements for each pole that is going to be utilized, each street light, if you will.
And that license approval process includes design, materials, installation information, and actually an RF and an EMF study for each of those specific poles, not just about the sources, the RF and EMF sources based on the facilities, but also on the cumulative of the surrounding area for that pole.
That is correct. That's my understanding as well too. That they absolutely have to submit studies that show compliance with federal law.
So what is the advantage of us doing it now versus waiting and seeing what happens in the stimulus package and the federal, what Congress might do, or what happens at the Ninth Circuit?
So from staff's perspective, we think that putting this MLA into place now, approving the MLA now, will, aside from facilitating a structured way where these facilities could be in the right of way, and the carriers wouldn't build their own facilities in the right of way. You also have the situation where if the FCC order is overturned either through legislation or a court order or a change in the FCC and a repeal of that rule, that the license agreements would allow for the city to recover a greater amount of money per pole license fee on an annualized basis.
So what's the risk if we do nothing now, tonight, or in 2 weeks from now?
The risk is that there has been a desire to include this in the federal legislation, so there is some risk that it would be included. And the carriers, if it were to become part of federal law, they would have really no incentive to agree to a provision that might provide for higher compensation. I think it's also that, we have, at the staff level, we have identified and negotiated for terms that we think are protective of the city's interests in terms of where facilities may go by making some public facilities available. It reduces, in all likelihood, the necessity for the carriers to, at least in the corridors where the public license light poles are, as opposed to PG&E light poles, it does minimize the necessity of the carriers to put in more of their own individual facilities, which they have the right to do.
So let's actually talk about that for a second. So the carriers have the right to come down Ignacio Valley Road, for example. And if we said, no, you can't have the pole at Ignacio and Homestead, then they could say, well, we're building our own pole. And could we say no?
I'm sorry, just could you repeat that question?
Oh, all right. So if we say no to a carrier that they can't have the pole at, that is our pole at Ignacio and Homestead, could they come back and say, well, then we're putting in our own pole? And are we allowed to say no?
No, they have the right. They would have the right to install poles within the public right of way. The city would have a bit of control over that, but you couldn't absolutely prohibit it. No, because you can't prevent the implementation of the technology. Cities are prohibited from doing that.
Okay. And are we allowed under federal law to have a moratorium on this until this COVID crisis is over?
We are not.
And why would you make that? Why would you make that interpretation?
Because the federal law doesn't allow you to impose restrictions that prevent the deployment of the technology. I will say, some cities have attempted to and have considered or adopted a limitation on the time period for processing applications under their existing regulatory structure, but it's not ultimately a denial of the right to impose it. We believe that the MLAs actually provide a structure to the processing that would be beneficial to the city.
And I have one last question, and I'm not sure if this is a question for you or for the city engineer, but roughly how many poles are in the city, and how many are we talking about that are the city's poles versus those owned by the PG&E or someone else?
I'm going to defer that to Mr. Waymeyer.
Okay, sure. There's about 1,300 city-owned poles and about 3,200 PG&E poles. So most of the city-owned poles follow the major right-of-ways on major streets like Ignacio Valley Road, Treat, and the downtown. And then the PG&E poles are mostly in the residential neighborhoods.
So what we're talking about are primarily the large light poles that are on Ignacio Valley Road or Treat or Bancroft or California Boulevard?
That's correct.
Okay. Mayor, thank you for letting me do that. And I have other questions that'll come at the end that are technical in nature on some of the nuances of language in the license agreements.
Okay. Does any other council member wish to make a comment? Please raise your hand on the little hand indicator, because not all of your pictures are available to me. I see none. Therefore, I am going to open this to public comment. If there are people who, oh, Matt, did you want to talk? No, okay. If there is anybody who wishes to make a comment on this in the public comment, I'm thinking maybe the people already have experience and they don't need to hear the lecture about how to do it again. Would the city council, city clerk acknowledge the people waiting?
Sure, we'll start to bring them in.
Thank you.
We have Dante Williams.
Thank you. Dante?
Just a moment.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay, let me mute my computer. Hello, my name is Dante Williams. I work for Verizon Wireless. We are located in Walnut Creek. We have about 350 employees. And I just wanted to speak about why we believe it's really important for us to move forward with this MLA this evening. First of all, what this will do is allow for us to partner with the city on choosing locations, on working on design, and have a framework for Verizon to be able to continue to bring best-in-class services and also continue along a path that would make for a much better design. Allowing us to attach the steel poles, which we currently don't have the right to do, helps us to steer clear where possible from the brown poles. The design for steel poles allows us a much cleaner, sleeker design that we're sure the city would like to see, especially in their major thoroughfares. It also gives us a framework and some business surety to understand what the plans are for Walnut Creek moving forward. Right now, without this framework, we really don't have an ability to plan 3, 4, 5 years out. And in this time of disconnect and social distancing and isolation, we believe that adding capacity to the network is essential to make sure that every connection every time goes through. That's the purpose of small cells, is to add capacity to the network and to also make sure that we have connectivity. Recently, I was watching a story on the news where, of course, when you contract COVID, you can't visit your relatives. So the only way for people to communicate with some of their relatives who are in hospitals is through FaceTime, through mobile services. So we really believe that this is an important matter, and we really want to make sure that Walnut Creek is included in our plans. I'm here for any questions if you had any questions about the technical aspects of the bill.
Thank you. Are there any council questions or staff questions? I see none. Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
You're now bringing in Alice Lee.
Thank you.
Just a moment.
Can you hear me?
Alice, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. If you want to state your name and your city of residence and go ahead with your public comment.
Okay. Alice Lee, Alamo, California. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge, and I will speak to some of the points Cindy Silva had brought up. I've seen in local government meetings throughout Contra Costa County, telecom tells local government the CPUC code and the Federal Telecom Act of 1996 severely limit their local powers. And the local government says our hands are tied. Here are a few reasons why this is not true. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 places limitations on local government authority over wireless facilities, citing for 3 reasons: placement, construction, and modification only. Notably, the word operations was included in a draft version of the law, but was deliberately removed by Congress from the final version because it was considered an excessive limit on local government power. This word matters. You have full authority over how wireless facilities operate, which means you can regulate the amount of power transmitted, you can measure the effective radiated power regularly, you can require that the cost of measuring the power be covered by the telecom company, and you can place limits on the hours of the day the wireless facility is on. Even local government attorneys make mistakes in telecom law. At a county planning commission meeting I attended on December 12, 2018, the chairman asked if the county ordinance for wireless facilities restricted annual emissions testing. The county council answered, quote, "The county is preempted by federal law from regulating the placement and operation of these facilities based on RF emissions," end quote. The county council misquoted the law by including the word operation, and that incorrect statement was accepted by county officials without question. But that's a dangerous liability. Telecom relies on Section 709 of the CPUC to assert a right to place wireless facilities in the public right-of-way without regulation from local government based on a narrow interpretation of the word incommode, because the CPUC code protects their right to use the right-of-way as long as they do not, quote, incommode the public use of the road, end quote. However, in T-Mobile West LLC versus City and County of San Francisco, the California Supreme Court upheld lower courts' rulings for a broader interpretation of the word incommode, stating other uses may be incommoded beyond the obstruction of travel. For example, noise, negative health consequences, safety concerns, end quote. The court therefore supported San Francisco's broad interpretation of local.
For 2 minutes, we're up. Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else in the queue?
We have a few more. We're bringing in Vivian McHenry.
Thank you.
Hi.
Vivian, are you there?
Hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey. So hi, this is Vivian with the Friends, with both staff, the Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Ton Hall. We wanted to say good evening, and
Vivian,
Yeah.
we're not here. We're only at consent calendar. So if you want to wait for the real public comment, I'd appreciate it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Thank you. You're a love.
Okay, we'll bring in Cliff F. Cliff, are you there?
Hi, this is Cliff Fitterer. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm a consultant to AT&T. I've been negotiating these license agreements with multiple municipalities. I'm the 29-year resident of Walnut Creek that spoke up earlier. And we approached Walnut Creek a couple of years ago to talk about this technology. It is critical infrastructure. If you think about the dynamic population density within Walnut Creek and the amount of traffic, as mentioned before, these small cells serve critical capacity. And it's interesting that we're on a video conference call, because video is one of the dominant applications on both fixed broadband and wireless broadband networks. And so we really support the council's and the staff's recommendation to approve this evening. This is only the first step, as was mentioned. There would be strategic locations that AT&T is interested in and would like to start applying for pole licenses and going through the permitting process, which would be the second step. we didn't mention the community benefits to this. There are substantial community benefits. I think most people have cellular phones that are either listening to this meeting or on the council. I'm sure many people use video. The performance benefits to the network, the quality of the network, and the ongoing performance are critical, and small cell plays a critical role in that. So we've appreciated the collaboration and partnership with staff on the license agreement, and hope that the council this evening will approve the license agreements. And Ken Mintz from AT&T is also on the meeting with us tonight, and we'd be happy to answer any other questions you have as you consider the.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? I hear none. Thank you very much for your comments. And is there any more in the queue?
We have about 4 more. We're bringing in Pete Bennett.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Pete.
I am having trouble with my 4G phone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I live?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Ken Mintz is on the line. This is Pete Bennett. I know you know my name. And the other guy that works for AT&T. I have issues with AT&T's methodology and how they treat their subcontractors. I didn't expect this to be on when I signed back in. Mr. Mintz, my family was kidnapped from the San Ramon district, connected to AT&T, and you've dogged me for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10. And your company owes me a significant amount of money. I'm the vendor that worked on the 5E West for the ACE Automated Construction Group, which is relevant to the people that install your towers. You defrauded me out of at least $35,000. You dragged me into an international case involving a virus called NIMDR during 9/11. 5 of my family members are murdered in Utah, and I've been emailing you and everybody else at your blithering company for 10 years, 20. You're killing my friends and my witnesses. You there?
Yep, thank you. Are you done?
I got a crappy phone from being beaten up all the time, Mr. Mintz. Okay? I get arrested and jailed in connection to your virus problem that helped kill 3,000 people. I was set up. You got it? If I'm still on, I can't tell. I'm standing out in the cold. You kidnapped my kids. I know how you did it. Through the district, through the AT&T. And then probably somebody in your blithering place.
I believe his time is up.
We're now bringing in attendee Candor 1789.
Mayor, may I just make a point of clarification?
Yes.
I would like to make sure that all the attendees address their topics or comments to the council and not to anybody else.
Good point. Thank you. All right. Would the clerk please repeat the name of the person calling?
We have attendee Cantor 1789.
Hello.
Please state your name and city of residence.
Connie Anderson, Kensington.
Okay, you're going to have to lean closer into your mic. We can't hear you.
Okay. I can't be that close because I have electromagnetic sensitivity.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. This is an official request under the American Disabilities Act that you cancel the appointment of the city manager to any posts related to telecommunications, given the lack of knowledge observable on the city's website of the many problems pertaining to wireless communications and solutions thereto. As a person diagnosed by medical doctors with respectively electromagnetic sensitivity and toxic encephalopathy, I need to travel to Walnut Creek for clinical appointments with 2 doctors there. Both of these medical conditions are officially recognized by the U.S. Access Board. When I am exposed to pulse-modulated microwave radiation, such as from wireless transmitters, I experience many painful symptoms that constitute physical assault, and as such requires that I avoid these exposures. Were new wireless transmitters to be placed, constructed, and operated in Walnut Creek, I would be blocked from accessing my doctors or would have to suffer more assault just to visit them. Under the California Constitution, Section 1, it is my right to, quote, obtain safety, unquote, and not to be assaulted when visiting my doctors. For these reasons, an appointment of the Walnut Creek City Manager as a signatory or in another position that pertaining to or presumptive of master licensing agreements, where said potential agreements do not consider the ADA and the California constitutional rights of persons with disabilities affected by said potential agreements, would be knowingly to cause, suffer, and allow or permit physical harm to me and others so affected. Such act would constitute a delinquent act under Section 28, 2CE of the California Constitution's Declaration of Rights. A victim is a person who suffers direct or threatened physical, psychological, or financial harm as a result of the commission of a delinquent act. Therefore, I officially request the cancellation of any vote and any appointment this evening pertaining to telecommunications. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to receiving your notice of compliance. And right now I'm experiencing a number of my symptoms because I've been
Thank you. I'm sorry you did run over the time. Is there any other person in the queue?
We have bringing in Jody Nelson.
Hey, Jody.
Oh.
Okay, Jody, you're on.
Remember, you only have 2 minutes.
I know. Thank you very much. So this is, I attest and affirm that the following statements are true and accurate and within my personal knowledge. If the city manager is also the signatory to the contract, he would not be able to act in his due police power. Should the companies act illegally, which they do often, as they have done in other locations by transmitting something other than what was proposed in the application, note that the large companies with which the master agreement is planned are not the holders of insurance. They're generally shifted that liability over to the small franchises that lack funds to pay out and in the event of any kind of disaster. Remember that this electronic equipment is likely eventually to start a fire. The master licensing agreement scenario presents also a fundamental problem with your contracting with large companies while purporting to contract with franchises. The contracts are incoherent thereby, as the parties and the respective liability insurance are unclear. As well, finally, the city has full jurisdiction over Title I transmissions, which are for all activities, placement, construction, modification on operations, regularable on all bases, as listed in the last sentence. Congress ultimately rejected the national approach and substituted a system based on cooperative federalism. I suggest you do as stated in option 1 of your report. The council could continue the item for additional discussion or direct the staff to make additional changes to the MLA. This would prolong negotiations and could delay the small cell deployment process in Walnut Creek. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We will now bring in Jamie Tucker.
Thank you. I'll get the rhythm right, Susie.
Takes a little second to bring him in.
Okay.
Let's try the next one. We're having some difficulties bringing her in, so we're going to skip to Matt Lewis for now.
Ready, thank you.
Hi, can you
Matt
hear me?
Lewis, you're on.
Thank you for having me on. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true and accurate and within my personal knowledge. Federal and state laws, even those in preemption, do not prohibit the city from making reasonable decisions on the placement, construction, or modification of wireless telecommunication facilities, WTFs. More importantly, these laws not only do not prohibit the city from making decisions on the do not prohibit the city from making decisions on the operations of the tower and equipment. They effectively require the city to regulate WTF operations. This policy is governed by cooperative federalism, as stated by the conference report in the 1996 Telecommunication Act. This means the city has the authority to put restrictions and requirements on how WTFs are operated, and operations are regulable on any basis, including the health effects of microwave radiation, even protection of bees and wildlife. However, WTF operations are not mentioned in the city's information on its site regarding the potential, but untimely, master license agreement. Clearly, the city is unaware of the laws governing its actions pertaining to WTFs and has apparently been misled both about these laws and the WTF build-out itself. The city is not in a place to be able to appoint the city manager and to proceed in this matter, at least not without the potential for serious liability problems. In addition, the city have the authority to police noise in the community. Noise includes vibration in the city ordinance, which is what can be and cannot be heard, including electromagnetic vibration and noise. Effective radiated power is noise, and the city has the authority to put restrictions on how much ERP, effective radiated power, each WTF can use and transmit. Because of this, I believe the agreement exposes the city to liability issues. I have presented no matter of mere concern or any other non-substantial matter, but solely matters of substance and fact and law. I accept your oath of office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. We're going to try to bring in Jamie Tucker one more time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Jamie?
So again,
Jamie, are you there?
hear me?
Yes, go
Oh.
ahead.
Hi, I would like to just make a comment regarding the waiting on making this decision until you have the outcome of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which will rule on any related FCC case and will impact any MLA, as the attorney stated earlier. But this actually goes beyond just how much you can charge. There are other things that you'll be able to regulate. I wanted to say in terms of emergencies, and we're right in the middle of one, the most reliable, the safest thing that you can have for connectivity and communication is actually fiber optic, copper, and other cable connections. Wireless has been known to be spotty. It can be cut off. It can be, all kinds of things can happen with wireless. Rolling blackouts would also affect WTFs, and they negate any possible benefit for emergency services. A lot of people, actually almost everyone, does not have a 5G phone, a 5G router, and therefore trying to insinuate that they can call the emergency services using their non-5G phone, I think is kind of absurd. Field tests absolutely need to be performed. And if the city does not do that, they're going to be held liable for any time that the RF emissions are exceeded. Jody mentioned earlier the ADA requirements, as did another speaker. As you know, pulse modulated microwave radiation transmissions adversely affect electronic medical devices, pacemakers, hearing aids, sleep monitors, and all kinds of things. And they can cause unnecessary impairments, illnesses, and death. And there are environmental effects, which are well established. And the other big factor that you need to understand are the significant impacts to real estate values. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Here looks like we have one more, Christopher Harrington.
Thank you.
Nope, we have a couple more.
All right.
Christopher.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Christopher.
Go ahead, Christopher.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chris Harrington, and I'm outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. That's calling in from Denver, Colorado currently right now. I understand that life and work are not business as usual currently. We're all experiencing challenges and hardships in day-to-day life, trying to piece together some degree of normalcy. But what has allowed us to get anything done is the ability to adapt to regular circumstances. Unquestionably, technology has provided us with an incredible degree of adaptability, which is more apparent under our current circumstances than ever. Prior advances in wireless speed and reliability have given us the flexibility to have meetings like this one tonight in an effort to continue to move forward. Adaptable platforms in telework, telehealth, and remote education are seeing an incredible surge in use that would likely by 5G technology. Our ability to keep certain sectors of the economy somewhat functional and our ability to connect with friends and family during this time are currently reliant on technological advances like 5G that people have historically opposed for some of the same reasons raised in the comments and letters of those opposing approval of this resolution tonight. Verizon Wireless has been trying to negotiate with Walnut Creek for over 2 years to get a workable agreement, and other carriers have been doing the same. The MLA, as proposed tonight, is fair and provides the city with substantial protections. Verizon Wireless's discussion with Walnut Creek have not been rushed. This has been a long road, and I think all parties are ready to move beyond the paper and toward responsibly rolling out technology that will benefit the citizens of Walnut Creek into the future, just as prior advancements are benefiting us today. And as such, I respectfully request the city approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute MLAs for small cell pole attachments. Thank you for your time tonight, everyone.
Thank you. Is there another person?
Yes, we're bringing in attendee Paul G.
Thank you.
Then start my time. Can you hear me?
Paul, yes, we can hear you.
Great. So what I want to say is that I think it's wrong that you're allowing the propaganda from the wireless companies into our public comment. And I think that you have already heard strong evidence because you've been warned by an attorney yesterday in a letter that went to your mayor. So here's more evidence for your public record to encourage you to continue this item because you have not included the public in your negotiations. You have excluded the public. Every single thing in your report talks about a closed session and negotiations with wireless companies. You've not allowed the public to participate. So I attest and affirm the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. I am placing the city of Walnut Creek on notice. Yesterday, the mayor received a letter from attorney Mark Pollock representing Walnut Creek residents. Quote, "This letter serves to place you on notice that the indemnity and insurance provisions in this master licensing agreement are inadequate because they do not specifically indemnify the city nor insure it against personal injury caused by RF-EMR exposures. The general liability insurance coverage currently required under the agreement does not require proof of additional insurance to cover RF-EMR-induced injury. In fact, it's no insurance at all for that. The standard general liability insurance policy has a pollution exclusion. This exclusion lists RF-EMR exposures as and expressly excludes this from coverage. You are woefully misinformed by your city attorney. You have many things that you can do to have a much stronger master licensing agreement, but you're uninformed. You need to take a pause and talk to the experts who got the veto of California SB 649 from Governor Brown to make sure that you retained your local control. Why would you throw it away in a reckless master licensing agreement being so woefully uninformed? You have much stronger things you can do. Please talk to some experts other than the wireless industry. Please talk to the public who are giving you evidence which are going to nail you to the wall for your liability if you move forward tonight.
Okay, we're bringing in attendee by the name of Cece.
Okay.
Me?
Cece, can you please state your name and city of residence for the record?
Sure, this is Ron Stevenson. I wanted to just also make a push for option number one to push this agenda to at least off to the next meeting, if not further out, for a few different reasons. One would be the COVID-19. I think this has caught everybody by surprise. And I think that there are a lot of people, I've communicated with quite a few, that they want to be involved in this. They take pride in their community here, and they respect the council and the board, and they really would like to be a part of this. And a lot of people, I don't think, knew how to join this meeting. They didn't know necessarily what would be discussed. And I think just for the exceptional circumstances of this outbreak that's gone on, and a lot of people, I don't think, even thought that this meeting was going forward with this agenda. So for that reason, and also because this is a very, very hot topic right now, the 5G, the wireless, people are they are wanting to be more involved in this. They want to know what's going on. It's such a big decision to be signing this stuff right now. From the comments I heard earlier before the topic was brought up, it sounds like there's a lot of good evidence to hold off for now. So I would strongly urge that we hold off on this for now until we can get more input and more data and have a more feel like we know what we're doing on both sides of this. The COVID-19, it's just thrown us all. And I think I respectfully ask that we could put this off with option one, and we can come right back to it at this juncture if we need to, but it's too important to people. There's so many issues involved in this, and we just have to do this right. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, that is it for the live public comments. We have one written comment that I will go ahead and read into the record.
Thank you very much.
The message is received from Karina Kaufman of Walnut Creek regarding the master license agreement for small cell pole attachments. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. The upcoming hearing to discuss the master license agreements for small cell pole attachments has presented legal problems that need to be resolved before any vote takes place. I have listed these problems below. I appreciate your immediate attention to this matter. Agenda report. The agenda report posted on the city website is missing key information and must be comprehensively filled in prior to any decision making. Lacking truth, there is no ability to negotiate a lawful agreement with telecom providers. Officials and residents alike are not able to make informed decisions due to the falsehoods and the omission of key facts within the report, which needs to be corrected prior to any decision making. These include the city agenda posted misleading statements, some of which can have negative physical and financial impacts on residents. The federal and state regulations prohibit the city from making reasonable decisions on the placement, construction, and modification of cellular towers and equipment. However, officials can make decisions on the operations of the towers and equipment. This is governed by cooperative federalism as stated by the conference report for the 1996 Telecommunication Act. This means officials are authorized to put restrictions and requirements on how the tower and equipment is operated. The operations of the tower and equipment are not mentioned in the provided information regarding the master license agreement. In addition, officials of the city of Walnut Creek are authorized to police the noise in our municipality. Noise includes vibration in the ordinance, which is what can be and cannot be heard, including radio frequency. I will stop right there.
Thank you.
And we did receive one more live public comment.
All right, bring them on.
Okay, if you could please state your name and city of residence for the record.
Am I live?
You are on.
Okay, I guess I'll go to comment number 2 then.
Oh, we've already heard from Paul G.
You have heard from me, but if you're willing to do it,
No. Thank you for your efforts, but no.
Okay, that is everyone.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to bring it back to council. And does anybody have any further questions of staff or the city attorney? Please make your little, Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Yes, thank you. This is directed to the city attorney, and I just wanted to get a clarification on any legalities that any of the public speakers had mentioned. The legalities that rest within Walnut Creek, is there any concern that what we're doing is not strictly had been mandated and is legal?
No, the document that is before the MLA that is before the council this evening does comply with state law. We do have indemnity and insurance provisions in the agreement that would require the carriers to indemnify the city for damages that arise out of their operations. And so we believe the agreements are adequate as drafted.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Silva?
Thank you very much. I think my first questions actually go to the attorney. There was a phrase, knowingly cause a delinquent act. Can you explain that phrase, if it's a phrase in law? That we cannot knowingly cause a delinquent act, and it was in reference to the Americans with Disability Act.
I think the comments about the ADA were really in the context of requesting an accommodation, but the accommodation isn't from the council's action of approving the MLA, because all that does is allow equipment to be installed on a facility. The accommodation that's being requested relates to the transmission that may come from the facilities, and that is really a request that needs to be made through the operators of the facilities. That is their operation. It's not the city's operation. So I do not believe the city has an ADA obligation to address what would emit from the facilities that would be installed, as those facilities themselves would have to be compliant with federal law as it relates to emissions from those facilities.
So federal law does specify what the emissions levels cannot exceed.
It sets the parameters for the operations of the facilities, and so yes, it does set the parameters. And the carrier companies, the operators here, are contractually obligated under our agreement to comply with that, and they're contractually obligated to show proof of compliance with that as they bring forward their licenses.
And as I asked before, that proof is a pole by pole, equipment by equipment, and also has to encompass or consider all of the cumulative EMF and RF issues that surround that pole.
That is my understanding, correct.
What about noise and vibration from noise? Is that also, I was trying to remember my days on the Planning Commission, whether we were ever.
Yeah, well, the city can regulate noise issues and vibration, but it has to be consistent with the city's code requirements, and the MLA also requires that the facilities be operated consistent with applicable laws. I would maybe bring Mr. Waymeyer in to see if there's ever been any indication that there have been noise issues associated with actual volume noise issues. I'm not aware of those. It's been more with the power sources that are associated with larger cell facilities that have sometimes caused some noise concerns.
Steve,
you guys hit your button.
Got it. There we go. So the only time I've ever known there be noise issues with larger facilities, but that's something that we would have some control over when we implement these from our planning department too.
Okay. Thank you. My last question that really dovetails back to what we heard is, the relation to, and Steve Mattis, you may have to answer this, in all of the conversations I've heard, both at Sacramento and vis-a-vis in DC related to these wireless operators and what they're trying to do, operations was never a word saying we had the authority or control over. And I've heard some national experts in this arena, all of whom were arguing for our rights for local control at the local level, but they were never saying that we had that right. Where is the confusion coming from?
Well, it may be in the scope of authority that the courts have recognized. The Ninth Circuit case that was identified, the T-Mobile West case, does recognize some city authority over the use or occupation of the public right-of-way resulting from wireless facilities, including aesthetics, noise, and some forms of health and safety concerns, but in the context of like where you put the pole in the public right-of-way.
So that somebody wouldn't fall into it?
So somebody doesn't walk into it. And it's also, you know, this MLA has, as the council's aware, it has requirements for the placement of the equipment on the pole so that people, again, can't walk into it. And so it's that kind of issue. But in terms of the emissions that may come off of the pole, the requirement in this MLA is very clear, and this requirement under federal law. It has to comply with the federal standards. And those standards have been identified and implemented, and they're enforceable under this MLA. So if they have a facility that doesn't comply with that, then they have to bring it into compliance.
Thank you.
And they have to establish compliance when they get their initial approval too.
So Mayor, I don't want to be the only one asking questions. Those were the ones that I came up that I wanted to ask post the public comment. I do have a few others that are technical in nature related to the MLA, but I wouldn't want to my colleagues the opportunity.
I understand your colleagues have not asked for any, and as a result of your questions and the responses from the city attorney and the city staff, my questions have been answered. So if you have a few more loose ends, please feel free to take this time to follow up.
So this may be the attorneys or Mr. Waymeyer. Speaking of protecting the public from walking into this equipment, I did suggest that we negotiate with the carriers that 8 feet, not 7 feet, be the prescribed minimum height above the sidewalk. And so that was why that was there. And then I have a number of questions. Well, I recommended a number of things when reviewing the master license agreement vis-a-vis the fees and how to simplify the payment and billing process, because each of these will be billed separately, well, paid separately theoretically. And those were included in some errata sheets. And I don't know, Steve, if you wanted to go through those with council as opposed, because they came later in the afternoon and I was reading public comment and not the errata sheets.
I'm happy to do that. The council has in its packet an errata sheet that was distributed by the city clerk's office and that is posted on the city's website right now. And it does provide some modifications to the language in the agreement. I would characterize most of them, well, all of them as really being effectively non-substantive to the deal or to the MLA agreement and the arrangement that's in there. They also clear up a few kind of inconsistent word usage where one defined term was in there, but it wasn't used consistently throughout all of the agreements. But again, that all relates to like the commencement of rent, the commencement of the license fee, I would say, the collection of the license fee. So that is what is identified in change 1 in the addendum, and that's specifically to the Extenet agreement. There is also a change in the permitted uses section for the Extenet agreement, which just makes clear the understanding that exists between the parties already, that it is one carrier per pole. And so to the extent that a company might represent more than one carrier, doesn't mean that they can put two carriers' equipment on a pole. There's only one allowed. That's the same standard that Verizon and AT&T are held to here as well. The next set of changes in the errata really relate to the payment methodology. It doesn't actually change what the council has seen in the packet to date. The license fee starts at $270 and is escalated by the same 3% that is present in the agreement, but it just further states that, so that to the extent that there's somebody interpreting in this agreement 6 years from now that's different than the people that are involved right now, it'll be very clear to them exactly what each license fee amount is for each of the 10 years that are anticipated in this master license agreement. So again, I don't consider that a substantive change. I just consider that clarifying change. As Councilmember Silva noted, we have proposed to change the height. So the minimum height at which equipment can be installed to go from 7 to 8 feet. And so we would be having further discussions with the carriers about that as we move forward with this. The council will recall that the resolution that is before the council this evening does allow for modifications upon the approval of the city attorney and the approval of the city manager, where they don't increase the burdens on the city. And this is a kind of a minor change that we would characterize within that. And then the other changes that are identified in the errata sheets are really primarily of the nature of just clerical corrections. We had 3 different agreements at various times. There are 3 different agreements before you this evening. And in further review, we realized that some language that had been updated didn't get carried from one agreement to the other. And so we've corrected that for the record. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council has. But again, I don't characterize these changes as substantive in any way in terms of the understanding that has been reached by the city staff and the carriers. But we wanted to make sure the record was clear with these changes. And these again are posted on the city's website. So
I have one question. To the extent, Steve, that the change that's proposed in the Extenet version of the master license agreement, to the extent that that change would be applicable to either the Verizon or the AT&T agreement, we would be approving that to be proposed to them as well?
That's correct. Some of the changes in the errata sheet apply to all of the carriers, but a couple of them are just specific to Extenet because they were changes that were necessary to that agreement. And the same is true, I believe, for Verizon and AT&T. There's some very specific ones that are necessary, but none of them bring the agreements out of consistency with the other parties. They are all generally, they are all the same terms in terms of the license fee, in terms of the increase of the license fee if the FCC order is overturned, and in terms of the full cost recovery that is identified through a deposit and then a payment account, as the city had identified as a city priority in these discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You're welcome. Any other comments, conclusions, questions? If not, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
I believe that was Councilmember Waddell.
Yep.
Thank you.
Second.
With the changes as amended.
Thank you.
Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Will.
I don't have an issue with this in general. but I do feel that at this time, we've already been debating this for several months. And with us having this first meeting following the COVID crisis, I don't have a problem in waiting. And obviously there's enough consternation on behalf of the public of having this discussion at a later date. And so I will vote no with that in mind.
Thank you.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, the motion is carried, and we are finally finished with the consent calendar. Everybody ready to forge on? I can't see any. I don't see everybody. Looks like we are. Okay. Next is public communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, the council cannot act on items raised during public communications, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. I again remind you that you have 2 minutes to speak, because as you can see, this is a slower process than just the old one. After each speaker, the council may ask questions or not. And if you're calling on Zoom by telephone only, please know to hit *9. Thank you very much. City Clerk, is there anybody waiting to talk to us?
Yes, we have a few people. We'll bring in Bob Williams.
Thank you.
The mistakes.
Bob, you're on.
Yes. Great. I'm going to talk about mistakes that were made tonight by the City Council. So I attest and affirm the following statements are true, accurate within my personal knowledge. And I'm telling you that there's a Supreme Court decision, Duryea-Garnier, on June 20, 2011. Justice Kennedy wrote about the U.S. Constitution, quote, among other rights essential to freedom, the First Amendment protects, quote, the right of the people to petition the government for a redress of grievances, end quote. The right to petition allows citizens to express their ideas, hopes, and solutions to their government and their elected representatives. The right to speak fosters the public exchange of ideas that is integral to deliberative democracy, something we are not seeing from this City Council at all. How can you actually justify a closed-door negotiation session only among city staff and wires companies when you block the public from the entire process and then during a COVID-19 health crisis, bring it forward and think this is sufficient? You were properly warned yesterday by an attorney about this matter. You made a very large error this evening by the vote that you just took. You have to respect the rights of the people and their ability to engage in redressing their grievances to their government, something you're blocking by saying, oh, 2 minutes by Zoom, that's all you get. And we're going to give all the time we want to the wires companies. Come on in, let's meet, let's talk, let's have dinner, let's cut some deals. All public 2 minutes by Zoom during lockdown. This is just egregious, folks. And your city attorney is very misinformed about his telecom law. Very misinformed. I would have him look very hard at pages 8 through 9, which I just emailed to you from the Supreme Court, California Supreme Court decision from 2019. It is not just about bumping into a pole, sir. It is about no.
Well, that certainly proves that the people have the right to speak. Is
Madam
there
Mayor,
somebody
can I just
else?
ask one question?
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, Steve, I just want to confirm, when we negotiate this agreement or agreements with employee groups or any other contractual agreement, I mean, we had a contractual agreement tonight with a possible, or that got pulled, that was a possible agreement with a restaurant. All those are done behind closed doors for obvious reasons and then brought out for approval and public communication. Is that correct?
It's correct as long as it falls within the permissible category. So the employee agreements are labor negotiations, and the use of the public right of way is real property negotiations. And I would just state for the record, This has not been done completely behind closed doors. All of the agendas have met the requirements that are set under the Brown Act. And as the council is aware from the correspondence you've received, which was pretty voluminous for this evening on this issue, the public is being provided an opportunity to comment on these. The agreements have been out for consideration for the required period of time under the Brown Act. And there's been a fair amount of public dialogue, including staff being called and responding to calls today from some of the speakers tonight that have raised, at least one of the speakers tonight, who's raised comments and questions. And so there has been the required amount, and probably more than that, of public engagement on this issue to date.
And this has also been covered in closed session many times and provided the public the ability to come down and comment every time that we discuss this in closed doors.
It has always been on an agenda, and the public has been made aware of it. And the basis for being in closed session has been because we are actually allowing people to use the public right of way. And so we have the right under California law to talk about the terms and conditions for the utilization of public property. And that's what we did. But the actual agreements themselves are being considered in open session only with a full public view and transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we are bringing in Ton Hall.
Thank you.
Safe and your families are healthy.
Ton, you're on.
Okay. Hello, council members. I hope everyone is safe and your families are healthy during these times of uncertainty. They're very scary and our futures are challenged by this crisis. You guys can actually see me. I'm sure you are all busy fighting for figuring out our new normal as we deal with this pandemic. This time gives us opportunity to reflect back on our lives. We have more time with our families. My daughter Alexis is home doing online schooling for her senior year in college, thriving at her internship, and me and my husband are working from home. Even though we have a full house, our house is empty. Miles isn't home to eat his favorite mashed potatoes or grilled chicken with his dad or watch movies with his sister. Miles is missed. His funny, bubbly personality is missed, and we are in pain. In this time of crisis, it is a glaring reminder that Miles isn't here with us. Our house is empty and hollow, and the energy of his booming rap beats are desperately missed. We miss the bonding with Miles and smelling his famous pancakes that he enjoyed cooking. Home is now different at the halls. These are obvious reminders with the time that we have at home. Miles was taken from us 10 months, 5 days ago while he was having a mental health crisis. The City Council, Chief of Police, and City Manager have been meeting with FOSAF, Friends of Scott and Ton Hall and Alexis. While we appreciate the ongoing dialogue with city leaders, there haven't been any changes to current policies. Our family and the community's expectation from the city is that safeguards are immediately put into place and policies are changed. These expectations include that officers will not be allowed right back on the street after they take an innocent life, and that there will be an independent investigation after lethal force is used to make sure protocol was used. As this case with Miles, they were back on the street within 10 days, and there have no been commitment to an independent investigation. These requests have been made. They have not been met. Walnut Creek, please take the lead and be innovative with your change. Miles deserved better, and we will continue to advocate for him to make sure this community understands that he wasn't a criminal.
Thank you. Are you done?
We're bringing in Jody Nelson.
For 2 years.
Jody, are you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The city of Walnut Creek about this for 2 years, and yet this is the first time the public has been able to be a part of the discussion, which was barely a discussion. That right there is a problem. It's even ridiculous that we're sitting here talking about this. And I know that the COVID crisis came upon us, but what are we doing here? You know, there are cities that have sat down with their public had both the public and telecom, invited them to a mass meeting, sat down and talked about it, where no decisions were made, just discussions, and nothing has happened. You guys knew about this for 2 years. Shame on you for holding on to it. I don't care the closed meetings, the this meeting, the that meeting. You guys have known about this for 2 friggin' years. Where the hell were we? We were not informed 2 years ago. When you guys first knew about this 6 months into it, you guys should have called the public. You should have made a mass level of educating the public that this was happening. And then you could have covered your butts, but you didn't. You barely gave us 3 weeks. That's it. We've had 3 weeks to go over, and we didn't even know if this was going to happen because the last meeting didn't. That's all I have to say. I think you guys have a liability issue, big, and I can tell you I'm not going away.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
We're bringing in Vivian McHenry.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, super. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Boy, this has been quite the experience tonight. So this is Vivian McHenry with the Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Tawn Hall, as you know, also known as FOSATH. FOSATH and Justice for Miles Hall at justiceformileshall.org for anyone still listening at this late hour. We want to first, extend our sincere hope that each of you and your families are healthy, safe, and well. I have to just say that we appreciate the city's dedication and to really organize and quickly adapt in a crisis to keep the city business and community concerns among your top priorities. This evening and extending now into 9:20 p.m. is, if this doesn't show us your dedication, I don't know what does. So I'm just going to say thank you. And I know that's probably a different tone than I've come forward with in the past. But these are unusual times, trying times for everyone. And we recognize that that's the case for you too. We also recognize the strain that this pandemic creates on your time and resources. And we thank you for your continued commitment to work with FOSATH, especially on mutually beneficial initiatives, which include, but are certainly not limited to, a non-police response to mental health calls. As Tawn Hall spoke earlier about Miles, who was killed by police on June 2nd in a mental health crisis, we want to continue to work with you despite the overarching, the pandemic and crisis that we're in right now. We want to continue to work with you towards a non-police response to mental health calls, to adopt a restrictive use of force policy, comprehensive training for the city and law enforcement in particular, especially anti-bias training, diversity training, de-escalation training, to build community trust. FOSATH feels that our goals and initiatives are mutually beneficial, especially in a time of crisis. And we want to continue to work together, and thank you for your time to do so.
Thank you for your comments. Is there another speaker?
We have one more, it looks like. Attendee Cece. We've had some difficulties prior, so I'm not sure this is going to work, but we'll try.
Okay, hi.
Okay, Cece, you're on. If you could please state your name for the record.
It's Ron Stevenson, and I wanted to just echo what Mr. Wilk said earlier about these being unprecedented times. I can't remember anything like this in my lifetime. And with that in mind, I really urge everyone to take a look at their conscience. There seems to be a real outcry of some people that care. I know a lot of us have kids in the schools in Walnut Creek, and thankfully we have wonderful technology, wonderful wireless capabilities already. This is not something that's in dire need. I understand some people might have pressure to sign contracts, but this is something that's so important, and we can feel it. Those of us who are listening can feel it. I cannot understand what the harm would be in putting this off until another meeting. I heard a question from Mrs. Silva earlier about noise, and it does seem important to me. I looked it up right when I heard it on the internet. The first thing that popped up on the search was Merriam-Webster. The first definition is loud, confused, senseless shouting. But the second one says electromagnetic radiation, such as radio waves, that is composed of several frequencies that involves random changes in frequency. Noise, apparently, and then the next one says unwanted signal or disturbance, such as static, variation in voltage and electronic. The point is, this is electromagnetic radiation coming from, and radio frequency coming from these cell towers that we're talking about, the antennas. I really urge you to please listen to the public. We have a lot of pride in the city, a lot of hours, a lot of years, and a lot of generations. We ask you to please put this off for at least one more meeting so we can please involve the public. This is something we can't go back in time, and we can't do this again at this moment right now. So please, I urge you to listen to these voices and put this off so we can hear from those who are concerned. I do not understand what is the important rush in doing this tonight. I've been watching this around us, the communities and other cities, and many of them have been putting this off, something of this magnitude and this importance, even without COVID-19. COVID-19.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else in the queue?
I have one written comment that I can read into the record.
Okay, thank you. Would you get closer to your mic, please?
Yes. This is from Jenny Velasquez. Dear City Council members, I would like to say that being able to provide public comment for the 5G issue is difficult. I did not write down the email when you announced it, only once at the beginning of the meeting. The Granicus application on a PC is delayed from the Zoom application on a phone, and so it's difficult to follow and communicate. I only found your email by searching for several minutes on your website. Although you've been discussing it for several months, it will look very bad historically to pass a contentious issue during this COVID crisis in this unusual city council meeting format. Sensitivity and concern for public health should be first and foremost in everyone's mind right now, not a small revenue stream for city tower poles, which will likely be overruled by federal law. Also, your website says each speaker has 3 minutes, see below. I think it's unfortunate the council has made this vote tonight versus waiting. Virginia, 25-year native of Walnut Creek.
Thank you, Virginia, for your comments and your persistence. There are no other comments. How are we doing, council? Are we needing a break or can we still forge on? I'm looking. We're forging on. Great. Okay. City Attorney, do we have any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 2 closed session announcements. The first one is that on all of the properties listed on the closed session agenda other than 1352 Locust, the City Council, by a 5-0 vote, authorized the city manager to enter into temporary relief agreements for 7 commercial market rate tenants of city leased properties. The relief would be consistent with the council's authorized terms. So that is for all of the closed session items but one. The second closed session item related to 1352 Locust, and I would note for the record that Mayor Askew recused herself from that consideration. The council provided direction in that closed section and there was no reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
The manager, is there any additional report?
I do not have a report this evening.
Thank you. Now it's time for City Council members to report on their AB 1234 activities, assignments, and various activities and upcoming events. Let me start with Councilmember Woodell.
I have nothing major to.
Okay, on to Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along with you, I attended the March 13th subcommittee meeting of the Housing and Community Development Committee of the Council, where we accepted and approved the staff recommendations for the distribution of federal, state, and local funds colloquially known as CDBG. And that'll fund a variety of very important nonprofits and providers, assuming it's approved by the council at a future meeting. Such groups as Meals on Wheels, the Trinity Center, and there's a very interesting presentation by the Loaves and Fishes organization, which has a culinary training program. So I was happy to participate in that. And then on March 26th, along with Councilmember Silva, participated via Zoom in the Solid Waste Authority board meeting. And the action items at that meeting were we authorized the executive director to enter into an agreement with a contractor to provide the residential newsletter that's put out by Recycle Smart on a quarterly basis, and is very informative and provides a lot of information about how to recycle all sorts of items, including organic waste. We adopted a legislative and regulatory platform, and we elected the chair and the vice chair. Newell Arnerich of Danville, the Danville Council, will be serving as chair, and I'll be serving as vice chair of the Solid Waste Authority Board. And then finally, had an opportunity as the liaison to the DRAA to check in with Peggy White, the executive director, and she's reported that, not surprisingly, the whole COVID crisis has had a negative impact on the arts community generally, but in our local community as well. And for their part, the DRAA board is putting out every Friday kind of a feel-good communication through email. So I encourage people to go on their website to stay connected with them and to get those weekly updates from them. And they also are focused on celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Lesher Center later this year, as well as the dedication of the plaza. And that's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much. I would add on to Councilmember Francois' report on the Solid Waste Authority that at that most recent meeting, we heard that Republic Services has temporarily, and with our permission, has temporarily suspended the pickups of bulky items because they do not want their staff in the field any more than they need to be on the regular routes. But obviously all of our garbage and our recycling is being picked up. Finance Committee for the Solid Waste Authority met this morning and discussed next year's budget, and it really was a budget that reflects what's happening with the contraction of the recycling market and the fact that recycling revenues have virtually disappeared, and they will now, in order to pay for special programs and the processing of recycling, we will be, that has been added to the ratepayer costs going forward. Community Service Day is beginning to work with our nonprofit community on ways we can help them with our communications channels on getting the message out about things that the community can do through our partners, our community nonprofits, to help during this COVID crisis, not only to help the nonprofit partners, but also to help those who are in need of food, such as Meals on Wheels, the Food Bank, White Pony Express, Trinity Center, who runs the homeless services. And finally, I will mention, well, I'll first ask a question. I assume all of my council colleagues and all of staff have done their census survey, right? Not an affirmation. I'm going to put you up on here. Everybody's done the census. It's easy, it's fast, it's simple. Walnut Creek proudly has self-responded at a rate of just under 60% at this point. So the Census Outreach Committee is very excited. The biggest challenge we have going forward is really in the multifamily communities that are downtown, from Creekside Drive north all the way up to Treat Boulevard. Those neighborhoods are under 50% right now. And you can see that on the census, the US Census website. So if for those who are listening or watching tonight, if you have not yet done your census, it will not take long because you probably know everyone who lives in your community, and it's pretty easy to answer those questions. Just go to www.2020census.us. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
I only have one update, but it's an important one. A County Connection driver last Friday tested positive for COVID-19. Adding that on to the bus driver in Detroit that died of the coronavirus last week. 71 drivers from County Connection called in sick on Monday, and 87 drivers called in sick today. Needless to say, there's a reduced service for people taking the buses now. Anybody that is still taking the bus, please check on countyconnection.com to make sure that that route is active and to see when the estimated times will be. This is happening in all the different transit services throughout the Bay Area. We're also seeing that BART is on running an only 30-minute reduced schedule now on the weekdays. And just make sure to check before assuming that the bus you normally would take will be there.
Kevin, can I ask, is there a difference in how people should board the bus under the current circumstance?
Well, when they board, obviously they should be having gloves, they should have a mask. Social distancing is going to be critical, especially on a bus. That hasn't been a problem because there just frankly haven't been that many people that are riding the bus. But sit at least 2 to 3 seats away, staggered as well if possible, and just keep that in mind.
Okay, I thought they changed it so that they were supposed to enter at the back of the bus. Is that bad information?
You know, I hadn't actually heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that has been enabled.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, that's important. There really are people's lives at stake, and got to remember to do our job. I also want to build a little bit on BART because they are undergoing a lot of changes, and they are closing some lines and doing some repair work. There was some information on brushing that they're doing on the tracks. So please check in with BART if you intend to use it at all to make sure that what you're counting on is actually running. I attended since the last council meeting, redefining mobility conference put on by Contra Costa Transportation Authority as the lead agency, and we learned updates on autonomous vehicles, on trying to invent ways so that there is a one-stop shop app that people can use to get from here to there and include everything from bus service to train service to how long it should take, how much it costs, and actually we're hoping that we'll only be able to pay for the entire trip in one transaction, that you don't have to be involved in that. I attended 2 homeless task force meetings, one before the shelter in place was in order, and that organization reviewed its goals and mission statement, and then the second one was by Zoom, and we talked about the updates, particularly focused on the impact on the homeless situation because of COVID, and the constant need to raise funds to help the programs that are really working to get people out of that situation. So that was it. I was also just recently appointed to the Innovate 680 Policy Committee, which will have its first meeting tomorrow night via Zoom. And I think that's it for me. And so the next item, check in to make sure everybody's still hanging on. Looks like we are. If you slip out, I probably wouldn't notice. Okay, the next item on the agenda is an item for council consideration, Unmanned Aerial Systems Program Overview, Police Department. At this time, I invite the staff to provide the presentation. Is there staff here?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to share my screen real quick.
Okay, hi Drew.
Trying to figure all that out.
You're doing great.
All right. You guys see it?
Yep.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Sergeant Drew Olson, and I'm here tonight to share a presentation on a drone program the police department hopes to deploy sometime this year. So just to give you guys a little background on what a drone is, it's a unmanned aircraft system. They're lightweight. Get this out of the way. They're remote operated. They act similar to a helicopter in that they're vertical lift aircrafts. They can carry high quality zoom cameras. They can carry a FLIR camera, which is a forward looking infrared, which allows us to see heat signatures in the evening. They can also hover over an area for extended periods of time, providing us high quality video and photographs and infrared imaging. Our plan is to use them. They've become much more commonly used in law enforcement over the last several years. They provide us a cost-effective replacement to the use of a helicopter. As you know, the helicopter that we use in our area is either CHP, the sheriff's office, or the Parks District. And if one of those helicopters isn't up and deployed, then we don't have the ability to use a helicopter. We expect our most common uses for it to be used in search and rescue missions, searching for suspects that may have run from the police. We'll use them for SWAT callouts and bomb squad operations. And then we would also use it for crime scene and accident scene documentation. They allow us to take really high quality overhead photographs of a current scene that we're trying to document. As of July of 2019, there were at least 5 agencies in Contra Costa County that were already using them. The biggest one being the Contra Costa Sheriff's Department, who we typically call first if we need a drone call out. And then there's at least 6 other agencies that are actively working on a drone program or have plans to implement one soon. Those would include Martinez Police Department and Brentwood Police Department. We've identified 10 missions that we would anticipate using drones for. Like I said before, a post-incident crime scene preservation and documentation for our bomb callouts, EOD missions. Response to hazardous material spills to get a better vantage point and being able to see what the impacts are on the community. Search and rescue missions would probably be the ones that I'm anticipating us using them the most. Public safety and life preservation missions, those could be barricaded suspects, hostage situations. We had a standoff recently that I'll talk about a little bit later, which we used a drone for. Disaster response and recovery. Drones have been used a lot up in the fires up in the North Bay, and a lot of agencies from throughout the Bay Area have responded and helped document the areas and help them do kind of life-saving missions and seeing if there's anybody left in the fire zones. Training obviously would be one that we would be flying for. Any requests from the fire department that they wanted to use our drone to help them get a better vantage point of the fire that they're dealing with. Pursuant to legal and authorized investigative needs. So those would be situations where we believe that a felony is occurring or that is going to occur. We could use it to document that crime. And then pursuant to a search warrant would be the last reason we would be using a drone. For us, some of the steps that we would need to take to allow our pilots to ultimately fly would be to first get a certificate of authorization from the FAA. This just would allow us to fly first in the city of Walnut Creek, and then we would try and get a second certificate of authorization to allow us to fly in pretty much all of Contra Costa County. There would be some limitations based on airspace and stuff like that, but we would ultimately try and get it so that we could fly in all of Contra Costa County. Obviously, we need to have our policy in place And then as long as the mission adheres to our policy, and then they would also need to get watch commander or supervisor approval before actually flying a mission. Our team that we're planning on putting together would consist of 6 pilots. They would all get FAA licenses. We would have 2 sergeants and 1 lieutenant to oversee the program. Those 6 pilots would be police officers. The sergeants wouldn't be pilots at the beginning. And then the visual observer is the person that would have to kind of keep an eye on the drone as it's being flown and be able to relay information back to the pilot, making sure that they're not flying into any obstacles. We also have to have kind of line of sight on the drone during any missions that we're flying. So we would want to make sure that we have a visual observer. Our goal is to train all of our police officers as visual observers. It's literally just, can you still see the drone? If you can't, then you need to tell me. So we're going to train them all on that, and they'll all be visual observers for us. As I spoke about earlier, we have had several instances where we've used a drone from a neighboring agency. Back in 2017, when we had our standoff in Martinez with the homicide suspect, we were able to use the drone as well as the bomb robots, but we were able to use the drone to kind of get a better vantage point and seeing in for the crisis negotiators. In the course of about 1 week in August of last year, we had the Contra Costa drone team come out for a missing elderly woman with dementia and a young man threatening suicide with a gun in the open space. These are really, and we've had several more situations where somebody's walked away from the Rossmore area. And it's really nice having the drone because it allows us to search a large area like the open space that we have all around our city in a much more efficient and timely manner. So it allows us to deploy our resources in other areas where we're trying to still search for this person, and maybe just put 1 or 2 people searching the open space instead of a whole team of people. Several weeks ago, I mentioned this earlier, we did have a SWAT operation with a wanted suspect in Orinda. The drone did allow us to collect valuable evidence, and it provided our SWAT team who was on scene with valuable updates about what exactly was going on, and it allowed them to make decisions as to whether or not they were going to move in quicker or kind of stay back and let the negotiation process take place. I've spoken with detectives that were on scene, and they said that it was a very, very valuable tool for them on that scene. Some of the ongoing costs that we are kind of anticipating would be the training of our 6 pilots. They do have to have kind of monthly training to keep up on their skills. Equipment replacement, we anticipate that about every 5 years we'll need to replace the drones that we currently have. We are hopeful that we would be able to continue with a similar negotiation with Axon, which is the company that we're going to be purchasing these drones through, and hopefully they will continue to replace them at a limited or no cost to us, just like they're planning on for the initial purchase. And then ongoing costs of overtime for call outs for any of the officers if they don't happen to be on duty. There would be ongoing costs there. The city conducted an open town hall survey between January 6th and the 27th on the topic of drone usage by the police department. We had 471 responses, and they're summarized as follows. I'm going to go through these fairly quickly, but we can discuss more if you guys would like. To what extent would you support the idea of WCPD using drones? We had over 80% would strongly support or somewhat support. The use of drones by the police department will enhance community safety. Almost 80% agreed or strongly agreed. The use of drones by the police department will improve safety for officers. Over 80% once again. with only 10% disagreeing or strongly disagreeing. I would feel comfortable with the police department's use of drones as long as the use is restricted to the types of missions identified. Once again, 82% agreed or strongly agreed. And then this is where the concerns, I think, and when we'll address them a little bit more. I have concerns about my privacy if the police department is authorized to use drones. 52% said they disagreed or strongly disagreed, but that is a pretty big number. 41% agrees or strongly agrees with the privacy issues. And then what do you consider to be potential drawbacks to the PD's use of drones? 52% once again had an issue with the violation of privacy. 32% had issues with technology malfunctioning. And then Public Records Act requests will require additional resources. And then 24% didn't see any drawbacks. So like I said before, the biggest concerns cited by the public in terms of us using drones has been privacy. Video recordings from drone operations will be treated similarly to body-worn camera footage, in that there would need to be a Public Records Act released, or Public Records Act request would have to come into the police department. We would look at that request, and if something did need to be released, then we would obviously redact any sensitive video that is in there, just like we would do with our body-worn cameras. Axon, the company that we're planning on going through, has the software that allows us to be able to redact video both on body cameras, and it'll allow us to do it on drone operations as well. So our next steps, we have to continue with the process for the certificate of authorization through the FAA. Typically takes about 60 days. Like I said, the first one that we would like to get would be just for the city of Walnut Creek. And then we would try and get a second one to cover the rest of the county. We need to finalize our policy. We do have a draft up written at this point. And then we have to identify our operators. This is going to be a collateral assignment. So they would still do their regular job, and then this would just be something extra that they do that they become an expert in. Training, we've had conversations with both Alameda County and Contra Costa County Sheriff's offices. They're both kind of been the leaders, Contra Costa in our area, and then Alameda County kind of in the Bay Area as a whole. As far as starting drone programs, they're recommending that we do at least 2 hours of flight time for our officers before we deploy them. They've offered to allow us to come train with them. And I've also been in conversations with Martinez and San Ramon and Brentwood to see if we can train with them as well. Okay. These are the types of drones that we are planning on purchasing. This one is a DJI Matrice M210. This is kind of this is definitely the biggest one that we have that we're planning on purchasing. It's got a 38-minute runtime on the battery. It's got a dual camera system, so it's got both a zoom camera that can zoom in pretty far, and it's got very high quality video. And it also has a FLIR camera, the forward-looking infrared. So it can have both cameras operating at one time, which is very nice. Unfolded, I think it's about 34 inches. I can't actually see because there's the zoom stuff is on the right side of my computer right now. But I think it's 34 inches in width. So it's definitely the biggest one that we would be operating. It weighs about 10 pounds. It still is small enough to where we could deploy it from a patrol car if an officer from the drone team is working patrol. We're planning on purchasing 3 of these Mavic Pro 2 cameras. They have a 31-minute max flight time. They only have a single camera system, so we're going to purchase 1 or 2 of them with the HD zoom camera, and then 1 or 2 with the FLIR camera. They're lightweight. They're very easy to store and deploy. They unfold to about a foot. They're only about 1.6 pounds. So these would definitely be able to be deployed by officers that are working patrol, and they would be very, very quick for us to get up in the air. So the equipment costs, the Matrice with all the cameras, the whole package would be a little over $31,000. The 3 Mavics would be about $10,000. There'd be $8,500 worth of accessories. The total would be right around $50,000. The plan right now is that this would be included as part of a package with Axon. And if that's not approved, then we would go forward with purchasing them using asset forfeiture money is the plan at this point. Some common questions that have come up from the public and just kind of seeing how other agencies are doing this. How is my privacy protected? We talked about the redaction software earlier. It'd be able to be reviewed, and sensitive content can be removed prior to being released. Can you fly over my backyard without a warrant? Yes, but the same rules would apply to helicopters would apply to us. The intention of this program is not to have drones out flying without a specific mission in mind. Our plan is to use these as very specific mission with a very specific mission in mind. Sorry. And then the last one, or the last couple, would be: will I, a citizen, be notified when a PD drone is being operated in my neighborhood? Not necessarily. We would try to put out a message via Nextdoor or Nixle if it was something that we felt needed to get out there, but generally not necessarily going to tell everybody that a drone had flown for the day. And then finally, will the drones carry weapons? No, they will absolutely not carry weapons. I have a quick little 1-minute video, and I'll kind of narrate it a little bit for us. This is from Alameda County Sheriff's Office. I think this was their first search warrant that they did with a drone. There's nothing really special about it other than the fact that I just wanted you guys to get a kind of a vantage point of what it looks like from the air, so that you could see why the officer safety and the public safety would be enhanced by a drone operation. Right now, as the SWAT officers are approaching the house, there would be somebody on the radio advising them if they saw anybody leaving the house or fleeing before. And it would allow the SWAT officers and any other officers in the area to respond accordingly to try and apprehend the suspect they're trying to apprehend, or if any evidence was being destroyed, that would also be captured in this video. At the end of this video, you will see somebody kind of come out the back door. They do deploy flashbangs here. And you'll see somebody come out the back door after the SWAT team goes inside. It's my understanding that the drone team was notifying the SWAT officers on the ground that the person had exited the back door. So this is several years ago, and the drone's cameras have just gotten better and better. But this, like I said, it was just a quick example of what we would be seeing if we were using a drone for an operation like this. And I think that was it. So not used to hearing myself talk for that long in a row. So if you guys have any questions or would like to discuss anything, please let me know. And I know that Mr. Francois, I don't know if I'm supposed to call on you.
All right, so thank you very much for your presentation, Sergeant Olson. Before we go into questions, I want to congratulate you because this is your very first presentation before council. And I will say that my reaction is you did it like a pro, and thank you very much. You've got a long career coming to talk in front of us. All right, council, do we have any questions or raise your hand, Matt, please?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sergeant Olson. Great presentation. One One thing that I was struck by is the runtime or the battery time doesn't seem very long. Can you explain how it is long enough to do what you need it to do?
Yeah, I mean, the drones themselves, they are fairly efficient with searching large areas, especially at nighttime, using a FLIR camera. The idea would be that we would have multiple batteries on hand. If it was a mission where we needed to have a drone up in the air at all times, then we would just be switching back and forth, send a drone up, bring the other one that needs to have a new battery put in, bring it back and take the battery out and put a new charged battery in, and then just keep switching them back and forth like that. But yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely a concern, but we do have ways around that.
And my other question was, what other departments in Contra Costa County are using this technology?
So San Ramon, Pittsburgh, I think Antioch, the sheriff's office. I believe Brentwood actually officially started theirs, or if not, they're really close. Martinez is in the process. Yeah, so all the contract cities that the sheriff's office contracts with as well. Lafayette is right next to us, and so especially in the ones with Rossmore, we've used them a couple of times.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Please, yes, Councilmember Silva.
And I know there might be some public comment, but I'll just ask some technical questions. What's the impact on staff time? I know you said, well, there's training and then there's monthly training and all this, but when you really look at it, it's a $50,000 investment in the equipment. Well, what's the investment in time on an annualized basis? Cost.
Annual. So when we talk about the ongoing training, it's very similar to our other collateral assignments, like our crime scene investigations unit or our MATE unit, our major accident investigation unit. When they train, we ask our officers to flex as much as they can, flex their time as much as they can to help save costs. This is a program that officers are clamoring to be a part of. So I don't know the exact numbers. Captain Hill and I were talking earlier, and we were thinking overtime costs, for training and stuff, around 10,000 seems fair, I think, at this point. Like I said, we do try and get people to flex when we can. The actual, I mean, this is an assignment that people will be signing up for, so it's not like we're asking people to do things that they wouldn't have time to do, I guess, is my point. Just like our SWAT team and our bomb team, we all sign up for those things because they're fun and they allow us to kind of contribute to our city and our police department in a different way.
So in talking and working with, I can't use the county because the county covers all of the unincorporated areas plus all of the contract cities that it has, which would be Danville, Lafayette, Orinda. There may be another one or two. So Pittsburgh, what do you think the typical number of times per month, hours per month that they're using the drone for something like what you saw that looked like Oakland or San Leandro?
Yeah. So that was Alameda County, which is obviously
Right.
another very large agency that's going to be using it a lot.
Right.
I don't know the exact numbers of deployments that places like Antioch or Pittsburgh have had. I would anticipate, to start off, that we would use this probably twice a month. But it's really possible that we would use it much, much more. And while we talk about time being the time that the pilots are actually operating, it actually is going to, I think, save us a lot of time as well, because we can, like I said before, search large areas in a much smaller or shorter amount of time. We get alarm calls where somebody's trying to access a commercial building through the roof, and we don't necessarily know that that's where they're trying to go. We just know that there's an alarm and the whole outside of the building looks fine. We have had people that have tried to do that and we've caught them, but this would be a much safer way than an officer climbing up to the roof of a building, being able to put a drone up there and just kind of search that real quickly.
Okay. And I have a comment, but I'll do it at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? I think Matt forgot to undo his hand.
I did have one more. I thought I saw the
Rick,
chief on
you're
the gallery.
right on it.
On the gallery view. Chief, is the policy that's going to be adopted in connection with the drones, would that be something that you would discuss with your advisory board?
Certainly. In fact, at our first advisory board meeting, we did discuss the drone program, and it was very educational. Even though we were armed with the information from the open town hall, we did have some very interesting questions asked. I thought it was a good primer for the advisory board to begin discussions on a very practical application, knowing that as we move forward, the discussions are going to be more complex, perhaps more intense, as we talk about some very significant matters and items that we're going to be working on. So in terms of policy, some of the things that we embedded into the presentation this evening, and by the way, I would like to thank the mayor for commending Sergeant Olson on his presentation. A lot of time and effort went into this program from Drew and Lieutenant Cashon and Captain Hill, so I do appreciate that. But what we learned from the advisory board already are things that we would incorporate into the policy, and would certainly post that policy on our website once it's developed and this program is implemented for all to see. So absolutely, thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm back to Sergeant Olson again. I have one question, which is I looked at the survey, and the last question, the answers kind of surprised me. The biggest section was other, and the comments, we didn't have access to them. And that makes total sense to me, because sometimes you can infer who it might be based on the question. But was there any consistency on the comments? And what was the reason that most people in the other category, if they told you, was the good thing about having the drones?
I would actually like to defer to Captain Hill because he has more info on the
okay.
comments.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Can you repeat the question? What were the good things?
I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Okay, so first of all, I'm looking at the survey, and the survey, the last question was essentially, what do you think is the most important reason for having these? And the biggest answer was other, which doesn't, and I'm assuming that from the rest of it, you have some comments, and we didn't have access in the packet. Is there some kind of consistency or explanation about why so many people chose other? Was there a question we should have asked?
That's a really good question, and a really tough question. That is a 400 and something survey responses. That survey incorporated, I believe, in the neighborhood of 1,000 pages when it was all said and done. I really spent a lot of time analyzing the results, the overall results that we shared and that Drew or Sergeant Olson discussed, but I didn't dive deep into the individual responses to dig out exactly what those,
if there was a trend,
what meant.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
If I remember correctly, Captain Hill, I think a lot of people that responded other said they wanted to be able to check more than one box. So I think that was probably more than likely what it was.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's even better an answer than giving it to. All right. Given that we've run out of questions and comments at this moment from council, we are now ready for public comment. Is there anybody in the group listening and paying attention to this program that wants to make a comment or ask a follow-up question?
Looking at the attendees, we don't have anyone who would like to provide public comment.
All right. Any comments? I know Councilmember Silva said she had a comment. Is there anybody else that's ready to make a comment about this? Mayor, I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem. Will, please make your comment.
Really, it was just to, again, thank you for the thoroughness in providing this for us. We saw it at the Public Safety Committee as well. And drones, I mean, certainly it's here. Walnut Creek is, as one of the leaders in the county, we are the kind of police force that I would believe would have this and should have this, and the cost is reasonable to be able to help provide additional public safety and save lives and save officers' lives, and especially within the COVID-19 crisis that we're in now, help provide that extra level of safety. So thank you for providing this, and I believe our consideration is just accepting the report, but thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking, hold please. I'm seeing that Councilmember Silva would like to make comments.
Thank you very much to the department for your work on this, and I appreciate the technology and everything that this involves, and I understand how it could improve public safety. My question or comment is really that at this time, and given what will be significant fiscal challenges, not only for Walnut Creek, but all of our surrounding cities, are we open to exploring a joint partnership on this amongst agencies in Central County so that everybody doesn't need one at the same time, and there's a sharing going on so that we can get some economies of scale? That's the way we run the bomb squad. That's the way SWAT works. And I would just appreciate some thought on that regard, because these are going to be really challenging times in the next 6 to 18 months. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else have a comment? I'm going to summarize it with, I'm really impressed. We struggled initially when we were presented with the body cameras, and it seemed foreign, and we thought, oh, this is going to get us into a lot of new territory. It turns out it's been more of a benefit than a problem, and I actually intuitively relate more to the drones than I did to the body cameras. So thank you very much for all the work you've done, and I commend what Councilmember Silva said, and I appreciate all the work that you've done, and congratulations, Drew. I appreciate being witness to your first presentation. That being said, folks, I think we have gotten to the end of the meeting. We beat my proposed 11 p.m. by a fair amount, so congratulations. I would like to personally thank our city clerk and Susie Martinez and her department of Amy Hevner and Matt Bolander, who let us rehearse, let us learn how to do this, practice all kinds of things. And I would like to also extend my thanks to my colleagues and the city staff. This is foreign territory for us, and I appreciate it turned out a whole lot better than I thought was possible. So thank you all for your efforts. And please join us again at our next regular meeting on the 21st of April. And this meeting is now formally adjourned.